Welcome to Paranormal M, where the haunted find a voice and the shadows tell their secrets. Each episode reveals a mystery that leaves its mark. Subscribe and hit the bell. What you hear here stays with you. I think my house is haunted. What do I do? Me and my family have lived in this house for over 7 years now, but I was relatively young, 7 or 8-ish. That's when we moved in. I've always had a bad feeling in it. We live rurally, and there isn't another house for at least 1 kilometer in all directions. The house is at the base of a small mountain range, and as I understand it, built on land that's seen a lot of trauma. It's very near Parahaca, if you know the history. The house was built in the 30s, for the purpose of housing the people building the road and their families. All previous owners are listed on the deed to the house. I did some research, and apparently the original owners were genuinely buried in the garden, so that's fine, but anyway. For the majority of the time that we've lived here, I've shared a bedroom with my little sister, and at night when she isn't home, sometimes I hear whispers. Clear words coming from her bed, but she isn't there. Freaked me out loads when we first moved, but now I just try to ignore them. I hear ticking in the wall beside my bed. Sometimes I'll wake up to knocking sounds from the closet at the foot of my bed. Recently, I'm home alone. I heard clear as day footsteps pacing the hallway. Can't make this up. Usually when I'm home alone, there'll be thumps, but there's never been footsteps like this. Apart from that stuff, the house is just really weird in general. We did renovations a little while back. I remember the whole energy just changed. We knocked out the original chimney, found the burner oven thing in the wall behind it, which was fine, I guess, but then we found 3 dead rats, side by side in the concrete slab below the fireplace. In the concrete, like it was poured around them. We had to open up the roof at one point because of the possibility of asbestos when we did, and we found a live bird in the roof. There's no openings. Even the old chimney doesn't have holes of any sort that a bird would have been able to get through. The most recent owner was kind of weird too. Super old guy who lived there for at least 50 years and left all of his stuff behind. I'm not joking, he came to look at the open home and just, our old house. Asked if we wanted to look at his house. There was no showing, then we had to deal with all of his stuff. When we came to see it, he told us he slept in the master bedroom, which had at least 3 beds in it, kept his books in the guest room, which had at least 5 beds in it. We asked, do you have people come to stay? Grandchildren or nieces or nephews or something? To which he said, I haven't had visitors in 20 years. Old people freak me out. Sorry. Anyways, I'm writing this at 2:19 a.m., and sometimes I see shadow figures in the corner of my eye. Sometimes they aren't just in the corner of my eye. Sometimes I see people in my house clear as day, skin and everything. I'll ask my parents later on, who was that who came to visit? They look at me like I'm crazy and say that no one came. I don't know if that's too much to write. This is my first Reddit thing. What do I do about this? I'm on the contrary to your quote-unquote old people comment. I will say that. Terrifying experience I just remembered from when I was in middle school. There was a kid I became friends with in middle school. We were both kind of odd ones out. Both did theater and read a lot and didn't have many friends. I'll call him Charlie. There was one time Charlie came over to my house. I'm going to try really hard to do this justice. Still sends chills down my spine just remembering. My sister had recently thrown a Halloween party in her basement. There were still black lights instead of regular light bulbs throughout the area. We were hanging out down there, and I wish I remembered more of the conversation. But long story short, Charlie was being very odd, saying things I didn't really know how to respond to that were dark and kind of intense. He talked about having some sort of a dark presence or being possessed. think he could tell I didn't really believe him and told me that he could prove it. Above us were 2 rows of 3 lights. He pointed at the first row's center light. "That light's going to go out," he said. I kind of laughed and waited, and after about 30 seconds had passed, I started to say something. And as soon as I did, bang! Not only did the light quote-unquote go out, but it popped so loudly I genuinely jumped. My breath catches and I just stare at him. He has this unexplainable look in his eyes. His eyes were naturally dark brown, but looked black. It was so intense and unnerving. He did other things during this hangout, such as insult me playing a lead role in a play at our local theater, which wasn't typically like him. Didn't really know what to do, and he was always around at school, so I just kind of played it off. We played video games, and I did my best to move on. A couple of weeks later, it was my birthday. Charlie had been invited over a month ago, along with 2 girlfriends of mine, Lena and Chloe. We all met at my house, decided to walk to the downtown area, not even a mile from my home. There was a small patch in the heavily wooded area that served as a shortcut. As we were walking, Charlie began talking about graves and death. Chloe, Lena, we all kind of looked at each other uneasily. I don't remember exactly what Charlie was saying, but it was something kind of genuine, wholehearted tirade about how he was the Prince of Death and it was part of him, or something along those lines. I don't remember what else he said, but he ranted on for a long time, and it became more of growls and a deep, intense, and booming voice, and suddenly, without provocation, he launched for Lena's neck. He locked on and was full-on choking her with all of his strength. And I'm not proud of this, but as soon as I saw Lena hit him and get him off of her, I just ran. Lena, Chloe, and I all lived in the same neighborhood, just a couple of doors down from each other. We sprinted full speed and didn't dare to look back. I don't know what I was thinking. We all decided to split up, so I slammed my door and sat in my room, terrified and not knowing what to do. My parents weren't home for some reason, so I just sat there for what felt like hours. Then the police knocked on her door. My older sister answered it. She came upstairs horrified, asking why the police said Charlie had knocked on a neighbor's door with no shirt and no phone and a missing shoe and banged up. I was horrified. I knew for a fact when we left he still had this phone and shirt and shoes. A while later, my parents got home. Police came back to question me. I told them everything, and they claimed the other girls had told them a different story. I have no idea why they would do that, and insisted I didn't have anything else to tell them. Apparently, Charlie had been in and out of psych wards, which I had no idea of, and they had recently adjusted his medication. Nothing further did come of that situation with the police. I didn't see Charlie at school for at least a full year after that. Obviously, the kid had mental issues by society standards, but nothing will ever be able to explain how the light went out. Forever leave me unsettled. The tracks near my house. Been dying to share at least one of my strange stories here. So here it goes. This happened a while back. I'll say somewhere in my teenage years, as I can't remember the exact time frame. So bear with me on my rough recount of the events that took place that day. There's some abandoned train tracks up in the streets from where I live. It's a hot spot for many. Whether you're an angsty teen or an older couple looking for a nice walk, the tracks were perfect for it. And the downside is, it was also a hot spot for those who dabble in the sketchy or unexplainable things. People who play games with the unknown. Sometimes walking to the tracks felt like entering another world. A not-so-peaceful one. You can feel eyes on you, catch things out of the corner of your eye. Strange noises that make you overthink your surroundings. Maybe you brush it off as your imagination, but some half of you knew that there was something more to it. Something malevolent. One day, an ex-best friend, we're going to call her friend H, we decided we wanted to take a walk to the abandoned tracks. And this was pretty normal for us. We really enjoyed the trips to the tracks despite how strange it can be at times. It was a nice day. It was nearing summer. We were high in spirit, welcoming the warm weather. We planned to go later in the day, but before nightfall. And something to note about these tracks in particular is you absolutely did not want to enter them at night. Our rule was, if the sun began to set, we just kind of stayed out. The tracks turned into a whole other place at night, a very dangerous place. Any weird events that would happen in there would get so much worse at night. It was anything but welcoming. So anyways, we planned to head out about 4 or 5 that day and stay until 6 to early 7, depending on where the sun was by that time. Another friend, a friend we're going to call B, asked to join us in our adventure. We agreed and it would be fine. Now, I love this friend. She's been in my life since I was 5, but she could be a bit much at times as far as her issues with confrontation. Going to preface that either that friend of B is her and her boyfriend would argue about basically anything and everything. So as we got ready to go, friend B ended up on the phone with her boyfriend, and their conversation went south fast. Me and friend H continued to get ready and tried to ignore the yelling. We knew that this might hold us up, but we still had plenty of time, so there's no worry. More of just an annoyance than the chill vibes, if anything. Before he knew it, time was passing quick, and friend B is still arguing with her boyfriend, who apparently now wants to join, along with my longtime best friend, friend B's brother. It took a lifetime for friend B's boyfriend to show up, after they were done screaming at each other over the phone, of course. But by this point, the sun is now starting to set, and me and my friend H are getting kinda iffy about even going now. Knowing how it gets toward the night, begins to sound like a bad idea. Unfortunately, we stuck with the plan, despite the setbacks, since everybody else was still game and didn't want to ruin it for everyone else. And looking back, I kinda wish I said fuck it and stayed home. Who cares what they think, right? Sadly, I'm known to be a people pleaser, so even though it didn't feel like the right move, we went anyways. By the time we walked out the door and headed to the tracks, it wasn't exactly dark, but the sun was below the trees. Definitely past the point where I'd feel comfortable. From the moment we walked a couple of feet in, it felt off. We could hear what sounded like children playing and screaming. We brushed it off at first because the tracks are in the middle of my neighborhood, so in the entrance there's backyards and houses that sit close behind the separated fences, and the best way I can describe it is there's tracks that lay directly across the street, and you can go left or right and pretty much disappear away from society, the further you walk at least. The one side is so overgrown that it's impossible to walk it. However, the side we go in on is where some of the locals walk, and the side that has houses on either side of the first 50 to 100 feet. The further you walk in, the more the houses grow distant away from the tracks, and you're met with mainly woods on either side of you. The left side being a lot more trees. You can get lost in it if you wander off the tracks and aren't paying attention to your surroundings. Back to it, and we're walking in and hearing children screaming, maybe laughing here and there. We're chatting, and I'm trying not to be too freaked out about coming in this late and play it lightheartedly. I'd be lying if I said I didn't already feel something off, like a thickness in the air. Then we come to the realization that the screaming sounds are weird. The further we got, the louder it got, despite being further away from the neighborhood now. Screams don't sound so fun, or even like children anymore. Sounds more like a woman screaming. And this made us stop dead and look at each other. I remember mentioning that I don't think this is a good idea, but for whatever reason we decided to keep moving. Eventually it stopped. It went from screaming to eerily upset, kind of quiet. This is where it gets kind of fuzzy for me. So I apologize if I get a little bit hard to follow. I'll try my best to explain everything that occurred, though. Friend B and her boyfriend started arguing about something again, and my best friend began wandering a little bit farther into the tracks. Me and friend H started talking amongst ourselves about possibly leaving, since this experience wasn't kind of taking any fun turns anytime soon. We were definitely fully freaked out at this point as well. The vibe in the air alone had me watching everything around me. I didn't want to be there in the first place, but now I really didn't want to be there at all. I tried yelling to the two arguing about how we should leave, and it doesn't feel safe here. They barely acknowledged me, though. This frustrated me. I could care less about their problems, and I felt it was stupid to be fighting in a place like this. I walked a little further with them, and we didn't even make it to the spot we were intending to be in, and there's a spot that everybody liked to chill at. That spot was the waterfall. It was a stream that led into a big body of water, but enough of a creek to make this beautiful waterfall. It's stupid, I know, but we like to get off the tracks and go sit on the rocks, and I'd say it was maybe another 50 feet before we got to our destination that things got next level horrifying. We stood there for a minute or two while friend B and her boyfriend continued their bullshit. I had enough at this point. I told them that we're turning around and leaving. It's not safe, and we aren't enjoying this trip anyways. And out of nowhere, she just kind of went quiet, randomly sat down on the tracks. I didn't like this one bit. I'd already said enough is enough. Not spending any more time here. The place was getting heavier by the second, and things felt more and more wrong the longer we stood there. I bitched to them again that we're leaving. I don't like being pushy or controlling. I didn't want to leave my friends there either, and I genuinely felt like something bad could happen if we didn't leave as soon as possible. While friend B is being dramatic and sulking on the tracks, I made the mistake of looking off into the trees on the left side, even though there's no fog or anything obscuring my vision. I was having a hard time seeing into them for some reason. Then I saw it, or more like them. And I swear, this isn't me yanking anyone's chains. I'm being dead serious when I say I looked out to see what looked like children in the distance. They were near the trees and scattered about, and some peering out, and others just stood there near the trees. There's at least 6 of them. If I had to make a rough guess, boys and girls dressed in white. The thing that really got me was the fact that they lacked eyes, like deep dark pits in their faces. And they were watching us from the trees. And now this really sent me into panic mode. Without warning, I grabbed friend H's arm and told her, "We have to leave now." Pure fear in my tone. We yelled out that we're going now, and we didn't wait for them at this point. We warned and then started booking it. I can't tell if it was my mind playing tricks on me, after what I had just seen, but I could swear I heard footsteps on each side of us following us. Long before my other friend caught up. The air was still before, and now the trees and other growth were whipping in the wind. Now at this part again, I don't know if it was just so freaking out in my mind or something taking over. But when I turned to look behind me, not long after taking off, I saw a glimpse of a dark figure in the middle of the tracks. It was there for not even a full second, but it certainly fueled me to sprint faster. Everything happened so fast it's hard to remember all the details and where they are placed that day, but it was terrifying. I knew something bad was there. I was not expecting to see what I saw that day. I will note, as previously stated, there are some really strange people who go there. And if you go in deep enough down the tracks, far past the waterfall, there are these 2 large stone walls that sit on both the left and right side of the tracks. Not sure why, or really what the purpose they serve, but at one point in time, they're covered in satanic shit. The tracks that sit there are burned into almost nothing, as if people light a lot of fires there. And I'd done a few there myself, but nothing strange or satanic. Just simple little campfires. I have had a couple of strange experiences in between those walls, but I won't get into that now, since this is already more lengthy than I meant it to be. Weird shit happens within these tracks. I wouldn't be shocked if a few things had been purposely summoned. Funny enough, little side story, I will quickly bring up because I kind of feel it's related. My ex-boyfriend struggles with his mental health a lot. Went there alone one night. He wanted to sit in silence at the waterfall to try and clear his head. He's not like me, he's a skeptic. He doesn't believe in the paranormal like I do. He told me he was sitting there in his thoughts and heard and felt children singing around him, and it felt like he was surrounded. He didn't turn around to look, he just ignored and summed it up in his mind, like maybe he's just in a poor state. I hadn't told him about my experience with the quote-unquote children, the children I saw. But when he told me, my blood ran cold. Still thinks he was having a psychotic moment, but I can't help but think it's related. Anyways, my friends caught up with us toward the entrance, and I could feel the air get light again. The wind stopped, and I could hear the streets again. I was still very shaken, but ultimately felt much better to be out of that place. We went our separate ways afterwards, and me and friend H went back to my house and talked about the events. I don't remember if she saw what I saw, and since we don't talk anymore, I can't ask her. But it's something that's stuck with me since. I'm sure some of it can be chopped up to already being fearful, knowing that it's history, but I fully believe I saw those quote-unquote children. And I don't think they were as guidance, but maybe a warning. I don't know if I'm not believed, and this is an experience I know happened to me and my friends. Well, if you have any experiences or explanations or an idea of what I saw that day, feel free to share, as I've not been able to find an answer for what entities could have been summoned there. I just know that there's something I never want to run into again. Is something attached to me? Hi. I'm a 19-year-old female. I live in the Asheville area, which is a very spiritual place. And as of recently, I've had, a lot of deaths unexpectedly happen all within the same week. My mom passed away Sunday. My grandparents' dog passed away yesterday. One of my pet rats was eaten by the other yesterday as well. Their care was perfect, and I fed them 3 times a day. There was constantly food in there, and they had a variety of things. One time, my brother's rat ate all of the other rats, and somehow fit in there. Mind blown. Anyway, moving on. Before all this happened, me and my best friend would go and walk around at night. One night we went on some train tracks and walked for about 15 minutes. I saw a dark figure in front of us about 50 feet away. I assumed it was the lighting or my brain. Maybe he was just trying to freak me out. But we neared a fence that has a gap underneath it. I looked back and saw the dark figure again, about 7 feet tall. So we went underneath the fence to get off the tracks. We had an uncomfortable experience for a few days before this on the same tracks as well, but I thought again it was just us being cautious. The first time we'd left the train tracks, we were walking home. My best friend kept hearing something running up behind her, so we ran home. A couple of days after that, we had decided not to go on the train tracks again, due to us feeling 2 different entities on that track. According to my best friend, one was demonic, which looked goat-like. That's the one that she saw. I saw the 7-foot-tall one, but not demonic, I don't think anyways. We had gone to a creek near us like 2 days later at night. We had a really bad feeling about going down there, but we went anyways. As we're leaving, we started speed walking home. She had to stop and tie her shoe, and she heard and saw something behind her. Whatever it was followed us inside of our apartment, and is staying in my bathroom. I'm absolutely terrified of it, and it knows that. I can't imagine my protective bubble that I typically have because I'm so out of energy with everything happening. I'd gone to sleep last night and I had a quote-unquote vision. Not an actual vision, I can explain in the comments if you ask though. It was about it trying to possess me in her laundry room. I didn't let it, and I remember waking up and having the urge to walk into the bathroom, but I didn't, thank God. My friend afterwards sprinkled Florida water everywhere in my room, including my bathroom, put protective sigils everywhere, and burned rosemary. However, whatever it is still here. While she was doing all of this, she hears growling from the bathroom. I just don't know what to do or how to make it leave. Please give me advice. A dream. This starts with a dream I had maybe 10 years ago. And a little bit of back information first. I've been with my husband for 15 years. My mother-in-law passed 3 years ago, but my father-in-law died very suddenly and unexpectedly 2 years before I met my husband. So I've only ever seen him in pictures. When I had this dream, it was winter. We'd just gotten around a foot of new snow that night, and in the dream I was in my in-laws' living room with a bunch of people I didn't know. We were all passing a bowl around. Both his parents were weed smokers, even my little 80-year-old mother-in-law till that day they died. I crossed the room and sat next to my father-in-law, who passed to me. Then he held his hand out and said, "Give this to Sarah for me." Sarah being my mother-in-law. He put a small purple glass heart in my hand. I told him okay, and the dream proceeded pretty much as dreams do from there. So when I woke up, I of course told my husband about it. Neither of us thought much about it, and it's pretty common for me to have weird dreams. His mother couldn't drive in the snow, so later that day we went to her house to pick her up for her usual weekly errands. She lived at a higher elevation than us, so the snow in front of her house was a lot deeper than ours, nearly 2 feet. No one had been at her house that day, so we made a fresh trail from the driveway to the porch. We got her ready and were heading out in front of her to make it easier for her to walk through. Stepped off the porch and I noticed a spot of color right next to our tracks, laying on top of the snow. It was a little purple glass heart. I stopped and I picked it up and walked back to the porch to my husband. I couldn't say anything, just stopped in front of him and opened my hand. All the colors went out of his face. Really thought he was going to pass out. He just stared at it for a few seconds, then looked at me and said, "Well, give it to her." I hadn't told her about the dream yet. Walked back inside and told her that Sonny, the father-in-law, wanted me to give that to her. My husband had followed me in and told her about my dream. Poor little lady immediately burst into tears and said that she knew that he was still here. Never found out if there was a reason, or any significance to the heart itself. But after she died, we found it in her wallet. She'd carried it with her everywhere after I gave it to her, for the rest of her life. There was a pantry. My best friend of nearly 30 years used to live in this house a town over from me, close to 20 years ago when her kids were babies. I hated the place. It was a nice house aesthetically, but it was the only place I've been that felt truly evil. No one was ever comfortable there. It really wouldn't let you be. When I did go there, we usually sat on the porch. And when you sat inside, you always heard somebody calling your name or telling you to come here a minute, things like that. It was always the voice of someone in the house with you, my friend, her brother, or me calling them. The place just felt wrong. Our oldest kids were only babies at the time. The daughter never slept at night. She'd always wake up screaming by 3:30 until somebody would come to her. They set up a video camera facing her door one night. They got what looked like shadowy legs walking in front of the nightlight in front of her door, right before she started screaming again. I never left my son alone in there. I was afraid to. But on to the point of the story. The kitchen pantry was under the stairs that ran between the front room and the kitchen. It was just a basic pantry, maybe 4 by 4 feet, with shelves attached to the walls and a high ceiling. It was at the back of the stairs. We always wondered why it was so small. It seemed like the space should run the length of the staircase and get lower as it went to the bottom. But we figured old house, who knows. It had 2 doors about 7 feet tall. They were painted white with the 4 squares running down them, and an old silver hook and eye latch. I remember all of this because I hated it a lot. It was always cold in there. You felt like you needed to hurry up and get out. She never liked it either. Didn't use it much. She finally moved out when our kids were 2, so she came up to visit a couple of days ago. We got on the subject of this house. She told me it finally burned down a few years ago. We were wondering if whatever was there was finally gone, or if it had been in the ground and it was just, the house was on top of it, so she asked me if I remembered the pantry. I said, yeah, I hate that damn room. She asked if I remembered what it looked like. I said, tall white doors with the squares, and she finished my sentence, and an old silver hook and eye latch. She said she remembered the same. She said she'd asked her brother, and she also remembered the doors, but she'd been looking at pictures of the house recently, and there's nothing there. No door, just solid wall with plain wood paneling. Pictures were taken while she lived there. Her daughter was in a lot of them. As long as she was there, that pantry never existed, apparently, or it didn't show up in pictures. All I know for sure is that in the early 2000s, at least 3 of us were in it, and remember it. So what the fuck happened? She said she'd never leave. My best friend died last February. It was unexpected, and, well, not. And let me start by saying I have a terminal illness. She had part of the same thing I do, and I met her and her wife at a gastroparesis clinic about 10 years ago. One of those things where you see someone across a room and there's an instant connection from your weird to theirs. And I feel all that. They lived 2 hours away from us, so we didn't get to see each other much, but we talked every day. We both knew we had limited time, and trouble is you never know how much. I woke up the night before Valentine's Day last year, about 1 in the morning, literally choking to death. It happens sometimes with my disease, but this was worse than other times. Couldn't get my airway cleared, and my husband was trying to call for help when I finally got straightened out and could breathe again. I was sitting on the side of the bed when my phone rang. Odd for me at any hour, I don't do phone calls. Everybody knows this. And when I saw it was her wife calling, I knew something had to be wrong. She had died about 30 minutes earlier of a heart attack. I was completely stunned, and this isn't supposed to happen. My husband didn't mention it till the day, and how strange it was that I woke up like that, being not able to breathe and choking. And at almost the exact same time she died, and also happened with my dad last month. Her wife thankfully spared me the details and did say it was not an easy death. So, as you can imagine, I was devastated for quite some time. Nothing seemed right. Why her and not me? So my husband decided to get me out of the house and go for a walk and try to get my mind off things. Another part of my disease is what my neurologist calls autonomic seizures. Basically, I'm good 1 minute and the next I can't feel my legs and I'm nauseous, can't breathe or speak. When one hits, all I can do is lie down wherever I am and wait for the ambulance. And wouldn't you know it, walking beside a stretch of the main road through town, I could feel one coming on. I tried to tell my husband, but it was already too late to speak. I looked ahead of us, trying to find a safe place to collapse, and there was Heather, standing right in front of me in her usual shorts and Grateful Dead t-shirt. She was just standing there smiling and holding her hand out. I heard her say, "Come on, baby, I got you." But her mouth never moved, she just smiled. I forced myself to go toward her, and my husband saw me holding my hand out and asked what was wrong, and he'd already caught up by this point and tried to pull me back. He couldn't see her, but I knew that I had to get to her. I'd be safe there. I finally made it. I was about to grab her hand and she was gone, and that was all for me. Next thing I remember is the ambulance. I tried to tell my husband she was there and she helped me, but I think he thought it was just a hallucination. I don't think so. She said she'd never leave me. and I believe her. The fire. This happened about 5 years ago. My husband and son had run out for cat food. I was getting ready to go out for the day. I'd taken off my oxygen to put on my makeup, and it fell between my bed and nightstand. We had a power strip, one of the things you can plug like 6 things into behind the bed. And as far as we could tell, it somehow overheated at the cord and had melted through, exposing the wires, and must have been sparking. The oxygen laying next to it was blowing on it and caused it to catch fire. And since I was alone, I didn't know until I saw something flickering in my periphery. But then the flames had moved under the nightstand behind the bed. The bed and carpet were both on fire. I was alone in the house with 6 dogs and 3 cats, one of which had a litter of newborn kittens. It was spreading so fast I knew I'd never be able to get all of them out in time. There's no way I was leaving them in there. I started grabbing anything liquid I could find, soda cans, water bottles, the dog's water ball. I just couldn't stop it from spreading. I ran for more water and dumped a bucketful on it and got the carpet out, and when I looked at the wall, I could see flames reflecting behind the bed. The mattress was burning inside, where I couldn't get water to it. I started reaching inside and grabbing handfuls of burning mattress stuffing and throwing it into a bucket. It was melting onto my hands, but I kept pulling it out. My hands were blistered and I couldn't see, and I'd inhaled so much smoke at this point I couldn't think anymore. I looked at the bed, and one of my little dogs was just standing there looking at me like, what now? I was still alone and calling for the fire department, and here is like a Polish fire drill and completely useless. I could tell I was close to passing out. Picked her up and laid on the bed with her and started to go to sleep. I looked at the wall and I could see flames still reflecting off of it, and they were spreading. I hugged my little dog. I closed my eyes and I said, please, someone, anyone, if you can hear me, please don't let us die. They don't deserve this. Help us. Then I heard my husband and son calling me, asking what was happening, but I couldn't breathe well enough to speak, and I remember my husband picking me up and taking me outside, asking what the fuck happened. Once I was out of the smoke, I started to wake up, and I realized all of my animals were still inside. I managed to get up and get back inside with both of them following, asking what I was doing. I said, it's still burning, we have to get them out. I ran into the bedroom, still full of smoke, but with the window open you could see pretty well. My husband came in and said, where's it burning? Started to say inside the mattress, but when I looked the fire was out. It burnt a corner of the mattress and just went out. Probably seconds after I asked for help. I don't know who did it, or how, but someone or something saved our lives. No one could understand how it just stopped when there was so much for it to burn, with the oxygen feeding it. I had 2nd and 3rd degree burns in my hands and some smoke inhalation, and all my babies were just fine. I'm not sure who heard me ask for that help, but I like to think it's the house spirits. Maybe they're looking out for me, like they always have. Better house spirits than no one. Take it. Some extremely weird, unexplainable happenings are going on in my house, and it's getting more frequent. So to give a little bit of background, my whole life I've been sensitive to supernatural events. I've experienced a lot of unexplainable things, and I always do my best to find a plausible or logical reason for things happening. And about half the time I do, my aunts recognized my sensitivity, taught me how to hone in on my clairvoyance, or clairaudience. It's when I was a kid helped me be able to decipher these situations as well. Believe what you will, I'm confident in my abilities and experiences. So fast forward to this past month, and event number 1. I was home alone with my baby. No dogs, she had passed a couple of days before. Or other people, or other pets. Just me and my tiny human. I live in a home with 2 levels. When I was in the bedroom in the basement finishing changing my kid's diaper, it's when all of a sudden I hear people talking loudly upstairs. I rushed up and discovered my TV turned on and opening a streaming app I never use. The remote was sitting upstairs on the kitchen island, so it was impossible for it to have been accidentally bumped by me or the baby. Event number 2. My dad was visiting from out of state to help my brother move and brought his travel water flosser that he had sitting on the bathroom counter. I think that's called a water pick. While my brother was brushing his teeth, my dad's water flosser turned itself on and shot a little bit of water out of my brother. And this could be explained by a short from water getting into where it ought not be getting into. So this event has a potential non-paranormal reason, but it's still weird. Nothing else happened during that visit. Event number 3. My mom was visiting the next week for the holidays. Stayed in my guest room. One night she felt a presence around 3:30 or 4 a.m. She sat up in bed and the ceiling light turned on. And this light turning on randomly in the middle of the night at that time has happened before. I've chalked it up to weird wiring in my house until now. Event number 4. Today I was reorganizing my pantry, so while my baby was napping, the light above me in the hallway flickered and I felt something brush past behind. Then my kids' push, like this walker that I had turned off after the baby went down for a nap, started making sounds. It has a little fake phone on it and it'll ring and say, "Hello, hello." That was the sound it made and went to check it immediately. Still turned off. Then later this evening I did a smudging with Palo Santo. Cleared everything, and at the end I said if anything left here desperately needs to talk to me, then switch my TV from what's on so I know that I need to properly communicate. My smudge went cold and my TV turned off. Remote was on the counter behind me and I was holding my baby. Anyone, like 1 or 2 of these events happening, I normally wouldn't be concerned, but they're happening more frequently, and also to people visiting. I even had an HVAC person come in and check my house for CO2 leaks yesterday to make sure my guests and I are not being mildly poisoned, causing hallucinations. There's not one. All of my detectors I already have installed for it are functioning properly. I plan on inspecting my house further for a reasonable explanation. Then I'll try to fully communicate with whatever tomorrow is whenever I have a couple of hours alone. My ghost stories moving to Ontario. I had learned my lesson about cellar-type rooms, so I avoided the one in our house with all of her pets like the plague. I could hear movement down there. I saw shadows and voices. I'm not saying that the sounds or the movement couldn't have been wild animals. It likely was, but that doesn't explain the voices. I have no explanation for those. My oldest brother graduated and joined the Navy, and my mom decided that we needed a change of scenery. Now up to this point we lived on the outskirts of big cities in Northern Carolina and small towns. Ontario, though, not very large, wasn't at all what I was used to anymore, even though we had lived there before. This time we lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. It was just me, my mom, and my middle brother. My stepdad was forced to live in a separate apartment because he and my mom never married. It's a story for another page. The apartment wasn't all that bad, sure, and there were ghosts, and they're kind of always around me, but they weren't that big of a deal in the apartment. Outside, that was a whole new ball field. I was 15 by then and had come to accept that I was able to see things that others could not. My mom was not okay with that. She tried so hard to tell me that it was just my overactive imagination. And I won't deny that I have an overactive imagination, but what I was seeing was not due to that. We lived on the east side of Ontario, next to a park that had been there since before my stepdad was a kid, and it was old, and for me, terrifying at times. Our apartment was right next to it, and at night I could hear people outside, and there was a lot of gang activity in the area, so that didn't surprise me. What surprised me was the number of monks that I saw. We lived not too far from what I think was a Buddhist temple. Could be wrong, though. I don't quite remember, even though I walked past it all the time. There were also children in that park, a lot of them, which, now that I look back on it, wasn't all that surprising. My mom and other members of my family would find me out there in the park all the time, talking to somebody that they couldn't see. It was also around this time that I started watching shows like Ghost Hunters and Ghost Adventures. I won't deny that I was becoming obsessed with ghosts, which just added to my obsession with history. I was in the school library, or the town library, every chance I could get. I needed to know everything that I could about the town and its history. I needed answers as to what I was seeing. Monks, children, and what I can only describe as my first encounter with a demon. Let's just say that the Ontario, Oregon, if you go looking for ghosts, you're bound to run into one eventually. And run into them I did. Just not in ways I wanted to. It all started at that park, and it would culminate during my senior year in high school. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. That park, hell, that side of town, opened my eyes to the history of the town that I'd never seen before, or more appropriately, didn't want to see before. The main ghost that I saw during that time was a little boy named George, who had died in the apartment that I shared with my mom and brother. And he was afraid of them. I don't know why, I never asked, but my mom would constantly catch me talking to him. I think she thought I needed psychiatric help, when in reality I just needed people to believe me, to listen to what I was telling them. My family at the time refused to listen, so George was my outlet, my friend, and the one person I could count on before we started school in the fall. He was only a child, but he was my only comfort at the time. I hope that he eventually found peace, because at the time I wasn't ready to help him move on. Wasn't even aware that I could. George was my friend, my confidant, and my first foray into helping ghosts. And admitting that that's what I had been experiencing all those years. I'm of the belief now that Wyatt helped me put in place where I would find George, because I knew that the time was coming when I would kind of need him again, and he was preparing for, his return. And as I said before, they were across the train tracks, and I know that those tracks had some ghost stories attached to them. You had your woman in white wailing for her lost children and love, and I know that there was a story about a group of ghost kids that would push you out of the way of a train, whether one was coming or not. So your basic haunted train track stories. And if you look at Ontario, Oregon on Google Maps, the train tracks are easy to spot. Now, there is a point on the tracks where the road goes under them, and there are tunnels on either side for pedestrian traffic. Those tunnels are freaky, and homeless people do sleep in them. But I think that they're worse during the day, mostly because that spot is a hot spot for gang activity. And yeah, there are gangs in Ontario. But then there are schools, and as I mentioned before, there's a lot of grade schools. But there's one public high school and middle school. Here's where things get a little bit odd. The middle school used to be original, The middle school used to be the original school, Girl, Ontario. Be the original schoolgirl. Or at least that's what I was told. And that's what I read. It's just down the road from a creepy old church, which doesn't help it any. It said that there used to be a pool in the gymnasium, and that there were several drowning accidents, so they covered it up. Never went to middle school there, so I don't know if it's true or not. The high school, though, that place is weird. There is no auditorium, or at least not one that's visible. The cafeteria now sits on top of an old auditorium. Huh? There's a way to get down there, because they use a space for storage, and at least that's what I was told. Now, the thing is if you're in the cafeteria at night, which I was sometimes for choir practice, it gets creepier. One night we're getting ready for an upcoming concert. I swear that I heard other voices underneath us. And sure, somebody could have been down there, and if it's true that there's a way down. These voices, though, were singing songs from when my stepdad had gone to school there, which would have been the 70s or 80s, I think. And sure, we sang some songs from that time period all the time, but almost never for a concert. I would also hear voices down there when we used it for study hall, or even just at lunch. Cafeteria was weird. Then there was the room above the boiler room, and next to the girls' bathroom. It was actually up a set of stairs, so it sounded a little higher than the girls' bathroom. There was something in that room, though. I think it was my first encounter with the Hat Man. I was up there doing signs for the prom or something like that. You could hear the boiler beneath us, the girls laughing in the bathroom, and I was minding my own business, working on a sign when it happened. I was alone in the room because the teacher and some of the students had to take a kid with cerebral palsy to the nurse's office. I heard a voice that I hadn't heard in a while telling me not to look up. And I wasn't good at listening to Wyatt at this point, and hearing his voice again for the first time in years made me look up. And that's when I saw it standing in the doorway, just a dark shadow with what, to me, looked like a bowler hat. I didn't scream, but I did scramble back until my back hit the wall. I couldn't look away from it, and I've never been so afraid of an entity before. It just stood there in the doorway watching me. I don't know how long I stared the thing down, but it finally disappeared when one of my classmates came back to tell me class was over. I don't think I've run from a room so fast in my life. When I got home that day, my mom looked at me like I was being weird. I was telling her about my experience, and she, as usual, brushed me off. I did eventually tell my stepdad, who said that he had a similar experience when he had gone to school there. We talked a lot from that point on about ghosts in general, and my experiences up until then. Hell, I even told him about Wyatt. I think that was when we really started to connect, because up till then he hated the man. Or rather, I hated the man. I blamed him for Joseph, my biological dad, not coming around often. And Fred, my stepdad, and I really got to know each other a lot better after that. Any time after when I would have an experience, he was there to listen and help me figure out that I had actually been able to see ghosts. He said that he thought Wyatt was a spirit guide, and that I shouldn't fear him. And Dad was like half Cherokee or something like that. I don't remember anymore. So ghosts to him were just another part of life. I finally had someone besides my older brother who believed me and supported my beliefs. He made me the woman that I am today. And that experience with the Hat Man, that brought Wyatt fully back into my life. My ghost stories, cemetery stories. Some things that need to be known to understand me this time. I had become fully invested in witchcraft. Both my brothers had joined the military, one Navy, the other National Guard. They made me swear to stay with my mom until one of them got back. My mom and I didn't and still don't have the best relationship. At this point, she was letting me do whatever I really wanted, which really wasn't much. I wasn't into alcohol or drugs, and ghosts were enough, thank you very much. During this time, my stepfather's mom passed away. I was very close to her. Turns on thing to make fan on computer quieter. Ghosts were enough, thank you very much. And during this time, my stepfather's mom passed away. I was very close to her. Her passing was the first time I had cried since my oldest brother, Carl's. And yes, it's pronounced Carlos. Oh, interesting. Left for the Navy. I slapped him across the face before he got in the plane for basic. Yeah, might have gotten him in trouble for that. But anyway, my friends and I are hanging out around the community college in town, and wouldn't you know it, we wound up right next to the graveyard where said grandmother was buried. Note, there aren't as many ghosts in cemeteries as one might think. Why would they want to hang out where they were buried when they can hang out where they were happiest? To some, that's school, or their homes, or their favorite dive bar, things like that. I'm not saying that there aren't ghosts in cemeteries, just not as many as you might think. The ghosts that haunt graveyards are mostly old caretakers and morticians and gravediggers. I won't find many other haunted graveyards, at least I think. Anyhow, we had arrived at this graveyard, and some of my idiot friends started telling ghost stories about said graveyard. You know, your ghost girl who gets dropped off the entrance, or some such nonsense. And while we were there, though, I did have an experience that I later learned was attached to the school, not the graveyard. But anyway, we're sitting outside the graveyard, which wasn't uncommon in Ontario. Teenagers would hang out wherever they could. And when I saw him, he was a farmer, or at least that's what he looked like to me. He was mumbling something under his breath and pacing back and forth. I stepped away from my friends, worried that this old man was lost and needed help. I didn't have a cell phone. My friends did, so if needed, we could have called someone. And upon walking up to him, I noticed that he was really thin. His clothes were hanging off of his body, and he looked like he'd been digging. I paused, concerned about getting too close. "Sir," I called, "are you all right?" He looked up at me then, and that was when I saw it. Half of his head was missing. It dawned on me then that he wasn't alive and that I had willingly walked up to a ghost. "Can you help me find it?" he asked. I tried to calm myself so I could try to help him. "Find what?" I asked. He lowered his head like he was trying to remember and then shook it. "I don't rightly remember," he said. I could tell by the vernacular that he wasn't a recent ghost. "Do you remember where you lost it?" I asked, surprising myself by continuing the conversation. He squinted at me. It was in a room in a house near the hospital. And that's when I realized why he was out here by the school dormitories, not farther in town. You see, a few years before, an old nunnery had been moved from the hospital grounds to the property that the school owned. It had been a big deal at the time. And I remember that some of the sorority sisters had said that the place was haunted, and at the time I thought, well, duh, it's a nunnery. However, before the nunnery had been built, they had sort of lived in tents around the hospital grounds, tending to the wounds of locals who had gotten in bar fights or farming accidents and so on and so forth. This man had been one of those men. I sighed. "Did you get help from the nuns?" I asked. He nodded. "Well, that explains a lot," I said. "They moved the nunnery from the hospital grounds to the nursing school grounds," and his eyes widened. "They moved the whole house?" I nodded. "I'm guessing here, but did you perhaps die in the nunnery?" And here's the thing, I wouldn't have normally pointed out to the man that he was dead, but he needed to know. Telling ghosts that they're dead isn't always a good idea. They can lash out at you, and I got lucky with this man. Thought about it for a second, then nodded, and he started to warp and change. It was like turning back time. His face and body filled out, and the side of his face came back together and got cleaner. He tilted his head at me. "You know, I've tried to figure out what happened for a long time." And he sighed. "Took a young lady like you to bring me back to rights." And he looked over my shoulder and stood at attention. I looked behind me to see Wyatt glaring at him. "Sir," he said, and acknowledged Wyatt. I shook my head. "Ignore him." I sighed. "He won't hurt you unless you come after me." He seemed a little bit too calm then. My apologies, ma'am," he said. "I don't think he likes me very much." I grinned, and I said he doesn't like anyone very much. I tried to shoo Wyatt away, but he refused to budge, and I turned my attention back to the man in front of me. "Can I ask what happened?" He lowered his head. "I don't think such a tale is meant for such tender ears, ma'am." I raised an eyebrow at him. "Firstly, please stop calling me ma'am." I pointed over my shoulder to Wyatt. "He calls me that, and I hate it. Second, he's told me stories that wouldn't have been considered appropriate for mixed company, so anything you can tell me likely won't faze me." I smiled tenderly. "We can start with just your name if you like." "Name's Joshua." "Hey, Joshua," I said. "Idiot behind me's Wyatt, and my name's Leah." And by this point, my friend had started staring at me from the graveyard entrance. "How about this, Joshua? You come with me and Wyatt, and then when you're ready, and only when you're ready, you can tell us your story." He looked at Wyatt and nodded to me. "If that would be all right, ma'am." I sighed at the ma'am of it all, but grinned at him. "All right, come on then." And with that, I rejoined my friends, who asked me what the hell I'd been doing. I laughed it off as something weird that I did and said that we should head home as it was getting dark. Walked behind them and glared at Wyatt. "If he keeps calling me ma'am because of you," I said quietly so Joshua wouldn't hear me, "I'll find a way to send you wherever you're meant to go." Wyatt laughed. "But I like that he's afraid of me," he said, pretending to pout. "Well, yeah, he won't be for too long." My Ghost Stories, Special Birthday Edition. So for context, my birthday is on Wednesday, July 23rd, and in recent years I've grown to hate my birthday. To be honest, the events of this story might be part of that. I didn't meet my biological, different story, not for here, father when I was 10, or more appropriately on my 10th birthday. Joseph, my biological father, had promised to come get us for Christmas. And in a letter the year before, we were still living in the greenhouse in Vale then. So I snuck into my brother's room because that had a window seat where I could watch the street. I waited up for him all Christmas Eve. I've been that particular Christmas was the worst Christmases ever. But anyway, as he didn't come then, he was supposed to come get us for summer vacation. Now for context again, my older brother's birthday is May 14th, and our oldest brother's is October 7th. So they got to celebrate their birthdays during the school year. Mine happened when all of my friends were at summer camp or on vacation with their families. So my birthdays usually just involved my mom, brothers, aunts, and uncles, and extended family, which was great because I was the baby and I got treated like a princess on my birthday. Joseph said that he would come get us as soon as school let out, and he was able to get to us, which would have been fine except he decided that he just wasn't going to do that. By this time, we had moved to the White House in Vale. Instead, he showed up on my 10th birthday and ignored me the entire time he was there, preferring my brothers and stepsister to me. Would have cried myself to sleep that night had it not been for the fact that I got to talk to my birthday twin, a friend of mine's mom whose birthday I just happened to share. She's passed, unfortunately, but I'm getting off topic. As I was going to bed that night, feeling unwanted and uncared for, the native woman who had comforted me before appeared at my bedside. Sure, I was still crying because I felt like I was unwanted, but I would recognize her anywhere. She gently brushed my hair from my face and asked me what was wrong, and I told her. I think she gave me the best advice I've ever received about family. She said that not all families are whom we share blood. Some families are people we choose to surround ourselves with. It wasn't until years later that I understood what she meant by that. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end of my night. Later in the night, I started hearing mumbling from the living room. It was Joseph talking to my brothers and stepsister. I didn't know what they had planned to sleep in the living room, but that was when I saw it, and I think it was the first dark attachment I'd ever seen. Behind Joseph was this shadow which stretched out giant wings and had blood-red eyes. It saw me, and fortunately came toward me. The native woman suddenly appeared in front of me and glared this thing down, and I reached for her. Me being me, I stepped in front of her and told her that it was not to hurt anyone or anything. It grinned at me and said that it was attached to Joseph and all of his blood. I was scared for my brothers, but surprisingly not for myself, though that may have to do with the fact that my mom once told us a story about having an affair with an Irishman shortly before I was born. Every time I've seen Joseph since, which I haven't in the last decade or so, that thing has always been there. There have been times when I've seen dark things around my brothers, and that worries me. But I no longer worry about what Joseph and whatever's attached to him is. That thing, whatever it was, has haunted my dreams for as long as I can remember. Just glimpses here and there, but it still haunts me. I heard other voices that night, too. The settlers and indigenous people arguing. A voice that I still don't have answers for, saying something along the lines of, "She's coming along nicely." Which, when you're 10, is freaky, especially since it was in my room and the only voice I'd ever heard in my room was the indigenous woman. I saw shadows moving the yard and around the house after everybody had gone to sleep. Let's just say that I didn't get any sleep that night, and when Joseph left the next morning, I didn't bother with telling him goodbye. I didn't want to get close to that thing that was following him. Paranormal M is your safe place for unsafe stories. Each chilling tale pulls you deeper into a reality we don't understand, but can't deny. Subscribe and tap the bell so you never miss the next encounter. Odd experience I had recently is keeping me up at night. So recently I visited Seattle, and I had something really odd happen, and it's eating at me. So I'm coming on here to see if anybody has any ideas what could have caused it. I apologize for such a long read, but I appreciate any of you who will listen and share ideas. Me and my mom took a girls' trip to Seattle. I had a concert to attend there. We stayed in downtown area the whole time there. On day 3, I think of being there, we went to dinner. Then later that night at sundown, went to West Point Lighthouse in Discovery Park. The drive to the spot was so pretty, lots of trees, and my mom points out a cemetery we drove by. Where I live, we're right by a cemetery, and I enjoy going on walks there. I mentioned how cool it was that they had true headstones, instead of just the cement slabs in the grass. We get to the lighthouse, and we had a really good time. The beach was gorgeous. Found a small clamshell, and I pocketed it. Since where I'm from, we don't have beaches, and I was excited to have found one in perfect shape. We initially were going to stop at the cemetery before going back, but it was dark and pretty chilly, so we decided not to. We'd head back probably around 10 p.m. and get back to where we were staying at maybe 10:30 or 10:45. I kind of lounge around editing some pictures I took in my camera, listening to music on the balcony, then showering. Once I'm done with all of that, it's around 12 or 1 a.m. I go into bed, and our room we stayed at had one bed. I slept on the right side, my mom on the left. As I'm laying down, I recall seeing a robe hanging on the door and laughing to myself at how it looked like a person of some sort. And I also remember listening really hard to the air conditioning sounds. As a kid, and still now sometimes, when I'm tired and there's a fan or AC on, it starts to sound like something like radio static, with voices hidden somewhere inside of it. It wasn't scary, I just remember trying to listen in and determine where the AC vent was, thinking about how I've heard it before. I fall asleep really fast from what I can recall. I kept having really weird dreams that I don't remember very well. The whole time I was there leading up to this event, I had really weird, vivid dreams. Some of them were a little stressful, but nothing scary or alarming. Anyways, the last and only really part of this dream I remember was that I was in a room that was in like green and purple lights there. There were all these people I couldn't make out standing around me talking to me. I don't know what they were saying or if I said anything back. The moments in between the dream and waking are really hard to recall. The best I can explain this is I'm suddenly sitting up in bed and something is coming at me. My eyes adjust and my mom's holding onto my shoulders, trying to calm me down. I'm freaking out and shaking. My mom is frightened as well. And I remember reaching and turning on the lamp, and I keep focusing on the main door going out into the kitchen and living area. My mom's asking me to try to figure out what happened. I asked her if I yelled, and she said yeah. She told me that she woke up to me sitting up in the bed, almost on my knees. I was mumbling and sounded very afraid. She lightly grabs my shoulder to try and wake me up and to let me know it's okay. I yell at her to stop. Neither of us remember quite what happened after, but from my memory, I thought I was pushing her away from me, because whatever was coming at me in my dream, I thought she was it. And as I'm trying to calm down, my mom asks if she can get me some water. I nod and she starts to get me some, and she announces it and goes to the restroom first. She takes a while. I start to get really nervous. Comes out and basically falls into the floor, and I freak out, stand up, walking to the kitchen as she gets up and lays on the bed, saying that she needs a minute. And for context, I've always had really vivid dreams, sleep paralysis, and lucid dreaming. It runs my dad's side of the family, it seems, as he, my grandma, and aunt all have similar experiences. In many of my dreams like this, after being aware that I'm dreaming, I start to think I'm finally awake and that I've returned to normal. Then something just slightly unusual happens. The second I clock it, something really bad happens. This felt like one of those unusual things, and it caused me to panic. I refused to go in the room where she was for a moment, now standing by my phone that I left charging in the kitchen. I told her I wanted to get someone, that I needed to get someone, and then finally that I was scared and I wanted to call my dad. She told me she was okay, and I didn't call him at that moment. I end up back in the room with her, and I'm shaking and crying uncontrollably. Eventually, I call my dad at 2 a.m., me and my mom telling him what happened, and he helps me calm down a bit. He suggests we take a walk or go down into the lobby. I tell them that I needed to call him because I needed to make sure it was real, and I wasn't asleep still. Probably 45 minutes later, we hang up and me and my mom sit at the kitchen table. I absolutely just can't calm down. The main room of the hotel felt so wrong, like someone was in it. My head feels constant pressure and my heart feels like it's pounding out of my chest. But when my mom feels it, she says it's beating normally. I'm in a constant state of fight or flight. I just have the strongest feeling of I need to get out of here. Now, I've had some really messed up dream situations like this, but I've never, and I mean never, had a reaction how I did this night. Eventually, we leave the building, drive to a gas station to get a Gatorade and fresh air. And the second I'm out of the building, the parking garage, I was able to calm down mostly. The feeling I felt being in that room was what I can only imagine is the sensation of impending doom. I've heard people talk about that feeling. I've never felt it before, till that night. And I have no other way to describe how I felt besides that if I stayed in that room, something awful would happen. The feeling in my chest was so heavy I thought I was having a medical emergency or something, which wouldn't make sense. I'm a teen and I'm very physically healthy. Me and my mom talked about it in the car. Didn't end up back in the hotel until probably 4 a.m. Didn't sleep until the sun came up around 6. My theory was that I picked up on something at the cemetery. If you don't believe in that kind of thing, I don't blame you. But my family has so many stories of things like this. Picking up on something and it just attaches. The shell I took from the beach, I returned it a couple of days later hoping it would make me feel better. And initially it did, but that night I wasn't able to sleep until the sun came up again. I felt so anxious. I am home now and hadn't had anything like that happen again. I'm really not sure what happened or what caused such a reaction from me. If you read to the end or have any ideas or similar experiences, please share them. I hope to never experience such a thing again, but the curiosity is getting to me, wanting to know why. If anybody has any further questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Side note, my mom believes the way she reacted falling on the floor was like a shock-like reaction. Because yeah, I'd be in shock too, waking up to somebody yelling and freaking out, but the only thing weirding me out is she stayed in the room with me right after for a good 4 or 5 minutes before going to get me water. The second she steps out into the main room is when she felt off. She said she felt clammy and cold and lightheaded. And my mom doesn't believe in ghosts. She's a very logical person. After this event took place, she said she felt really off being alone in the hotel when I was at my concert. She said maybe it's simply because of what happened, and I'm sure it's very possible for both of those ideas to be true. But just the timing of it is so odd. I felt bad about that area of the hotel, and the second she steps into it, she reacts that way. We talked about it more after coming home. She said she had also had very weird dreams in that hotel, and that she couldn't ever really rest being there. One last weird thing. Both my dad and my best friend, who I told about the situation, started having weird experiences. My dad picked us up from the airport, talking about how he fell into a funk, and just felt really awful for the next 3 or 4 days after that. My best friend starts telling me a few nights in a row how she can't sleep and how she feels anxious, saying she's been crying and doesn't know what to do. Maybe everything is just a weird coincidence, but it feels unlikely to me. Queen Mary Encounter. I worked a Halloween photo event on the Queen Mary last October. When we took breaks, we would use the restroom on the third floor near the front lobby. Once, instead of going right away after using the restroom, I went for a walk. There was this really long hallway with tons of doors. I have no idea what the rooms were for, maybe old passenger rooms or crew quarters. And as I walked, I noticed a shadow at the end of the hall. I initially thought it might be somebody turning a corner or a flickering light, but there was no one, and it started to look as though the shadow was moving, slowly coming toward me. I just stood for a moment trying to process what I was seeing. It was not making any noise, and nothing else was moving. It scared me enough that I turned and left, and after that I never went exploring the halls again, and just used the bathroom and went back to work. I have no idea what it was. Maybe there's a logical reason, maybe not, but I've heard other people say strange things happen on that ship, so I thought I'd pass it on. There's someone on my property, and I think they've been for years. I, a 20-year-old female, I've lived in my house since 2012, so about 13 years. The house is owned by my grandfather. We've been renting from him since we moved in. The house was built in the 80s. It's been rented by many tenants over the years. It's made up of 3 different subunits. One large unit on the top floor with 2 basement suites. We started renting one of the subunits about 7 years ago, and I've been in the bedroom ever since. And something about that subunit is just weird. When I started staying in it, I got absolutely terrible night terrors. I was 13 and paralyzed every night for weeks. Specifically, there were 2 humanoid figures I would see over and over again. A younger middle-aged man in a white t-shirt and black pants, but with no discernible head, and a slender middle-aged woman with long black hair. It started as just sleep paralysis, but over the last year it's gotten bizarre. We put up security cameras after a break-in and got multiple videos of the same man standing in our garden, staring at my window for hours. Then the camera started breaking. We'd just fall off the wall it was mounted on, and at the same time I'm hearing loud knocking and banging on my window. Our doorbell rings by itself. My dog is terrified to go outside. And small things, like bowls, forks, and spoons and pens have been going missing. Last night, though, it kind of all came to a head. It was about 12:30 a.m. While trying to fall asleep, I heard my bedroom door open. I was on my side, facing away from my door, and I felt a sudden wave of terror, like being watched. It washed over me. I heard someone breathing like they were standing next to my bed watching me for an hour. I was blinking and moving my fingers, and I was, not having sleep paralysis. I don't know if I'm going crazy or if these are the old tenants, but whoever or whatever is in my house has started getting more and more known. I've had guests over that hear the noises, so it's not just a me and my family thing. I'm trying to get the camera footage from my dad, but he's out of the country and rather eccentric, so I don't have a lot of hope on that end, but I'll comment if I can get it. Something didn't feel right. I should have listened to my gut. I do ghost hunting every now and then for my channel. I would say I'm more of a casual ghost hunter. I usually just explore abandoned buildings, but sometimes I like to switch it up. Up until a few weeks ago. I used to just run the spirit box, sometimes in the NF meter, and most I would ever do is the Estes method. A few months ago, I've been wanting to get a little bit more serious with it, so I got a REM pod and cat balls and dowsing rods. and a pendulum for Christmas. I went hunting a few spots over the course of the last few months, leading up until 2 weeks ago. I did an investigation at my school last October 2024. Wanted to try again with all my equipment and new ideas. My friend knows how to do seances and the spiritual stuff, so I let her hold a seance and a video along with a tarot reading in a place of her choice. We got some entities named the Looking Man, the Bad Man, Steve, Rachel, and a few other off names. They said they wanted my friend to go to the football field at the bottom of the field alone. Said that they were going to wrap him as a gift for Satan. Then we left, and 2 weeks later we went to do the part 3 video. We immediately started in the tunnels of the school after getting special access. The answers weren't that bad, so we moved upstairs. Big mistake. We were investigating for a few minutes and we weren't getting much, so we started a trigger event. The spirits loved it. Then it all went wrong. Started getting really bad chest pain, and I'm only 17 and have no medical history of that. Felt like something was punching me in the ribs every minute. I couldn't deal with it anymore and left. We went to another room and it kept happening, and the answers started getting more violent. A spirit saying it's sorry, and all the answers were leading to something being in power and trying to bring us all back to the field for Satan. We took a 2-hour break, and after that until dawn. Then headed to the cemetery for a seance. The Looking Man apparently wanted in our circle, so we left it. Didn't listen to the one entity rule, and they all came in. Everybody working for him, and he was instructing them to do something to us. We all started getting really sharp back pain and left. We really were all just feeling off, so we wanted to finish off the video. Went back to the field, held a seance open to anything and everything. We immediately started getting weird answers and threats and insults until a girl and her team started screaming in pain as we tried to end the seance. Then starts vomiting everywhere. There were scratches on her back, and we all felt a huge shift in the presence. We all headed up and left. Don't know what could possibly be down in the high school football field, but it ain't friendly. I have seen the same man throughout my life, and he never ages. I remember seeing a bald older white man wearing 40s or 50s clothing. It was often when I was a child. He always scared me, even though we've never interacted, as far as I can remember. It's hard to explain, but he looks like a sideshow clown without a costume or makeup. He also had a pear-shaped body, thick dark eyebrows, and thick dark eyelashes. I've seen him seemingly randomly all my life, and I always get a severe uneasy vibe when it happens. I'm 42 now. Still, sometimes I see him. Up until last week, the last time I saw him, he was walking on the sidewalk across the street on a busy street I drive down frequently to get home. He stopped walking and looked at me blankly as I drove by. This was a few years ago. I've seen him up close, and we have stood next to each other once at a bus station by my house, which was one of the most frightening moments of my life, and nothing even happened. And from far away, I always feel intense bottomless dread when I see him. Last week, I'm 100+ miles away from home at a friend's house. We were scrolling YouTube on my friend's TV, and I was half paying attention while playing a game on my phone. I glance up, and as a YouTube video cover image scrolls by, and there's a line drawing of the man I see. He's facing the viewer. It's a simple drawing, but very clearly him. My friend kept scrolling, and I didn't feel comfortable sharing the story. I only told my best friend the story, so I didn't ask my friend to go back. I was also honestly shocked and freaked out and didn't want to see him again. I know this sounds wild, and I know it sounds like this man hoax thing, but any thoughts on this or any input? I'd also like to say that, I work with death professionally, and I am a medium for what it's worth, but I've never experienced something else like this in my life. old lady in a red gown with white dots. So my mother-in-law died almost a month ago. It was a horrible process. She fought cancer for 2 years. I won't go into detail about respect for her and my girlfriend. Her process is not a horror story, but something that happened after that was really off. I'm only sharing this part to add context to the old lady in the red gown. Or as they put it multiple times, gone. I don't know what that is. I feel it may be relevant. After my mother-in-law passed away, I could still feel her for a week or so. Didn't actually see her directly, more like when you see something out of the corner of your eye. Nor did I hear her, more of a feeling that she was there, if that makes sense. It wasn't scary at all, and my theory is she was just watching over her family as she did her entire life. Just happened to feel that she was there. Again, that's not the scary part. But maybe a couple days after I stopped feeling her presence. I was leaving my girlfriend's house when I turned on my car lights. I saw a really old fat lady in a large red gown with white dots, red curly hair, just standing there in a neighbor's parking space watching me. When I looked again, she wasn't there anymore. That wasn't my mother-in-law. Felt totally different to her and looked nothing like her. But I find the timing really odd. My theory is that if I was still as sensitive as in feeling paranormal stuff, casually saw her, she was not a friendly encounter and I truly felt fear, never saw her again. And I want to add, I'm not the sensitive person who sees dead people or anything. Those 2 sightings are 2 of the few, probably less than 5, sightings I've had in my life. Nothing paranormal has happened since either. And though not relevant at all, I just want to express how amazing of a woman and a mother and mother-in-law sister was my mother-in-law. And I hope she found peace. I'll take care of her daughter for her as long as I can. Screech in the night. So I just want to preface this by saying I'm fairly skeptical when it comes to spooky and paranormal situations. I do think it's fun to speculate, and I'm open to the possibility, but I'll usually rationalize it in my brain rather than assume ghosts, But this really spooked me out, and I've never really been able to come up with a proper explanation. One night about 4 years ago, me and my friend were texting. Neither of us could sleep, so we decided we'd just meet up and hang out for a bit instead of sitting bored in bed. It was about 3 or 4 a.m., so I asked him to stay on a phone call with me while we walked. Everything was going all good until I heard this sound that made my heart fall out of my ass. A screech. I'm talking guttural. It was like a mix between human and animal. Heard my friend over the phone in a terrified whisper, "Jesus Christ, you hear that? It's right beside me." And it really sounded like it was a mere foot away. I could hear it through the phone and in real life. And now we were fairly far apart, just under half a mile according to maps. So I reckon this had to be a loud scream for me to be able to hear it so clear from where I was. We both stayed dead silent, just listening. That's when the sound started to fade from over the phone and got louder on my end, moving toward me. And it was moving fast. Sounded like it was going overhead, then just faded off into the distance. Not once did the screech stop for any sort of breath or break, just constant until it faded. I'd say it went on for at least 2 minutes, but my memory's a bit hazy, so I can't remember exactly. I do live in a small town in the north of Ireland. Spent a fair bit of my childhood out in the countryside, so I'm fairly versed in weird animal sounds in the night. But this was nothing like I've ever heard in my life. Can't really accurately describe just how loud and shrill the sound was. It wasn't a fox, an owl, or any bird I know. It might have been some kind of bird, given how it seemed to fly overhead, but nothing native here makes a sound like that as far as I know. There's not a real rich history of creatures or cryptids here, that I'm aware of anyway. But I did have the idea if it was some sort of cryptid, maybe a banshee. The screech adds up, but neither of us knew anything that died after it happened. which is like the whole point of a banshee, so I really don't know. Freaked the shit out of both of us, though. Same friend had a seemingly haunted house, too, and I only experienced it one time. Heard chairs moving and the cutlery drawers opening and closing in his kitchen downstairs. But the only other person in the house was his sleeping mother, who we could literally hear snoring in the room next to us, so definitely couldn't have been her. Someone explain, please. The first experience I've had took place in an old town in England. It's called Stratford. It's upon Avon, in which my family and I were visiting on a holiday. On one of the days we were walking, spotted an old museum called Sheev's House. We walked in and instantly felt something off or creepy about the place. It was extremely old and had loads of wax figures dotted around. Anyway, while we were exploring the museum, me and my dad and sister went ahead leaving my mom in her room by herself. This is where it gets weird. My mom reported having her jumper pulled aggressively from behind while she was reading an article. She turned around thinking it was me or my sister messing around, but to her surprise, there was not a single person in the room. She was confused, and after telling us about what had happened, my dad spoke to the owner of the place, in which he casually responded. Oh, and that would be Lee. The owner explained Lee was one of the many people that haunted the museum, and he liked to grab attractive women during his life and had followed suit as spirit. He also showed us a file that read that it was Lee's anniversary of death, and that he's usually most active at this time. He then went on to show us many files of ghost hunters that had explored the place, and also showed us short clips of documentaries that had been filmed in there. If you search up Sheev's House, it's got a long documented list as one of the most haunted buildings in England. The owner also ran ghost tours at night, which me and my dad attended but didn't see anything. Anyway, my mom's convinced that her jumper was pulled, and the fact the building is known for being haunted is undoubtedly strange. This next experience is even more creepy. Coming back from a vacation in the south of France, I guess, my family and I stopped at an old sort of family-run hotel place as we're driving and needed to split up the journey. I'm not sure what to call it. It wasn't a hotel as such, but almost like a big house which you could rent a room in. The family cooked for us, and although the building was old, nothing seemed too off about it. Anyway, me and my sister went to sleep in one room and my parents were in the other. And in the middle of the night I heard a smash come from their room. I remember being scared, went back to sleep not daring to investigate. In my morning, my parents were freaked out. They told us that in the night they could constantly hear footsteps next to them and floorboards creaking. I then found out that the smash I heard the night before was the light bulb, and how that had happened freaked me out more than anything. Left in my parents' room by the owners, there was a bat with a bit of a string on it and a ball at the end attached to the string. An old-fashioned kid's toy, basically, where you repeatedly hit the ball back and forth. But anyway, my mom had told me after she woke up to the light bulb smashing, the bat and ball had moved onto the bed from its original position. It was under where the light bulb was, surrounded by glass. My parents spoke to the owners of the house same morning. They were acting strange, being very quick to shut off the conversation and change the topic. I'll keep this last experience short. A couple of years ago, my dad and I went skiing in Italy, stayed at an old hotel which was previously on war grounds. I remember coming back one night and going to the toilet to find the emergency string in the shower swaying rapidly side to side. Called out for my dad to come and see it, and instantly stopped in front of my eyes. At the same hotel, they had a sauna in the basement. The man behind the desk sort of let me into the basement to use it. I was the only person in the sauna. Once I was done, I tried to leave the basement, but the door was locked. I tried to call my dad to let me in the basement door, but had no service. And after a while, my dad and the guy behind the desk came to look for me, and they simply opened the door as if it wasn't locked. I then said that it was locked and I couldn't get out, and the man behind the desk looked at me confused and pleaded that it wasn't. How do you explain this stuff other than ghosts must be real? Everybody I tell hears me out, but naturally takes it with a pinch of salt and tries to somehow find an explanation, even though there is no rational one. Even though I've never seen a ghost with my eyes, I can't deny their existence. Old lady, super weird encounter. So I live in a really old town, like a town from the old world, like from around 3000 BC. There's lots of history and old monuments and all that stuff. There's museums and etc. You get my point. I've never felt like it was haunted or cryptid-prone compared to similar towns on the continent. But one day I went to a sleepover at a friend's house. He lived outside my town in a little rural village, and we were just playing in the woods and saw something weird as fuck. We saw a big snake entering a chicken coop from far away. When I mean big, I mean fucking huge and wide, reticulated snake. There's not even species that big around here. So me and my dumb friend, both like 9 years old at the time, thought, let's fucking check it out. What the fuck is that? Must be an anaconda or a basilisk, we thought. So when we get close, there is no snake visible there. Only an angry old lady. She was killing some chickens like bare hands, twisting their necks. We literally started shouting, get out of there, and there's a big snake. She must have entered the little house where chickens spend the night, and she might be killing her chickens and eating them. Ma'am, please get out of there, it's dangerous. She peeked inside the coop like all nonchalantly and just said, there's not any snake here, you must be seeing things. Go back to play, boys. I didn't believe her, so went inside to peek also. And there was nothing there, just feathers everywhere and little drops of blood. I felt so uneasy while I was passing around her to get out. She smelled weird as hell. When I was on the outside, she just said, see, no snake here. And she just grinned at us while we were backing out, like full eye contact threatening grin. I didn't think much of it, but when we're safe, my friend told me he never seen that lady before. And keep in mind, there's like 10 people living in that little village. He made a point that had escaped my thoughts. She was saying all the S's in the word super scary, like in a sibilance kind of way. Me and my friend told their parents but didn't believe us. We passed all night just crying, thinking the old lady was going to come to the room. I don't have an explanation to what I saw, and since that day I always thought I was a bit crazy. Like not totally sane. The fuck was she? Can someone tell me? Shadow woman looks like my mother. I was in 2nd or 3rd grade when my mom and I moved to France. We were staying in a small old apartment that was being rented by my grandparents. The place wasn't anything special, but it wasn't creepy either. There were 2 bedrooms. My grandparents slept across the hall, and I shared a bed with my mom since I was still a kid. No way my 8-year-old self was sleeping on the couch alone. Everything was normal, except after I went to sleep. That's when it started. Every now and then I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see shadow figures of a woman sitting at the edge of the bed. Always on my side of the bed. She had the exact same silhouette as my mother, and would slowly move her hand like she was caressing my leg. I could move, so it definitely wasn't sleep paralysis. But I couldn't feel her caressing me, just see it. She didn't have eyes or even a face, really. Her entire form was pitch black, but I could tell she was looking at me. I never screamed or called out, which seems stupid now, but back then I was scared that if I moved she'd do something. So I just stared at her until I eventually fell back asleep. This happened more than once, and she never did anything besides stare and stroke the air near my leg, and I never told anyone. Eventually we moved back to our home country. I didn't think much of it after that, until something happened again. I was older then, maybe 6th grade. We're living in a shared house because money was tight, and my mom and I stayed with her sister and her husband, who's divorced now, and my cousin who's a year younger than me. My bedroom was next to my aunt and uncle's. My uncle had this habit of falling asleep with the TV on, which meant the hallway was always very softly lit from the screen. I always slept with my door open back then. One night I woke up as usual, looked toward the hallway, and standing there just outside my door was my mom. She wasn't moving, just watching me. Thanks to the TV light from my uncle's room, I could clearly make out her hair color and clothes. Exactly like my mother's, but her face, it was completely black. Like the light just stopped there. No features, no shine, just void. I was half asleep and the hallway was kind of dark. I just assumed she was checking on me, so I closed my eyes and decided to go back to sleep. And that's when it hit me. She was on a night shift. She wasn't home. I opened my eyes again and she was gone. Still gives me chills when I think about it. Why did it look like my mom, and was it the same shadow woman from France? Never happened again after that. But to this day, I always close and lock my bedroom door before going to sleep. I woke up and saw something disturbing. Has anyone ever seen this? This happened when I was in 11th grade. Still don't know if it was a dream or something more. I'm really curious if anyone out there has ever seen or experienced anything similar. I woke up in the middle of the night, and the whole room was being lit by this bright, weird green light. It was similar to a flashlight. It was a directional light, like somebody was pointing at me. Completely lost, confused, and sleepy, I sat up and looked around just to notice the light was coming from my half-open door. When I looked toward the door, I saw something standing there. It didn't move at first. The door was half open, but you could see it. It was a tall figure. It looked like a very tall woman. Its skin looked like tree bark, and its eyes were the cause of this glowing green light. They weren't reflecting anything. They were actually glowing. It was peeking from the doorway, so I could only see one eye, and it was slowly moving its arm inside my room along the wall, like it was trying to get in, and it had claws. Then it noticed me and it screamed. The scream sounded like a woman, but not like a woman, if that makes sense. It was unsettling, and it had a weirdly deep tone. It showed me its full face, mouth open wide, and mouth wasn't glowing like the eyes. Just a black void. It raised both of its arms. It had hair, and it was floating upwards, like when you're about to be hit by lightning. Then I did the worst thing possible. I was so terrified I ducked under the covers. Yep, I could still hear it screaming, though. The screaming kept getting further away until it stopped. When I looked again, the green light was gone. So was the thing. The door was still half open, and everything was back to normal, like it never happened. I've never seen it since. I have no clue what it was, but it didn't feel like sleep paralysis since I could move and sit up and react. It felt real. Way too real. Could it be hallucinations? Well, not even then. Would that thing react so vividly to my actions if it really all was? What I want to know is, has anybody seen something like this before? A creature with bark-like skin, glowing green eyes, and that strange floating hair. Can't just be me, right? I'm being warned in my dreams about my granddad's house. Okay, so since I was young, I would always have the same weird dreams of my granddad's house. And ever since I started talking about it again, wondering if anybody in my family was spiritually aligned, or anything about the house, the dreams have come back, but almost in a warning. The dreams are always the same. Me in his living room, sitting on the couch just underneath the picture of my gran that I never met, who died in the house. My granddad's dog would always be in the dreams, but she would sit at the living room door. The dreams would always start off almost normal, and then his dog would start barking. Never got up from the couch in my dreams or opened the door. Always felt like something was there standing outside it. Then the room would rather violently, and just I'd wake up. The room would rather violently. It's weird that I'd consistently have the same dreams as a child, around 7 to 10, and now I'm 19. And what's also weird is that I was told that my granddad and gran had a dog that would sit at the living room door and bark at it. Who, coincidence? I wasn't told that until recently. Since I was young, I was obsessed with the paranormal. So I've always believed that there's a possible stage between life and death. So you could say some of the feelings I felt of the house were just because I was consuming so much media that I was biased on the paranormal, but not really. I used to stay at his house a lot when I was young, with my cousins, and I had a really weird experience with sweets being thrown around the room. When my granddad came back into the living room to ask what we were screaming about, told him, and he said his actual words are, "It's probably just your Granny Mary." Oh, wow, right? I'd like to think of it as she was playing with us, but I don't know. There was a time when me and my cousin were in his bedroom, where my gran died in, which I was told this very recently, and the TV moved. Really freaked me and my cousin out. And yeah, there's probably explanations to why it moved, but I don't know. I've had sleep paralysis in the house, and I used to sleepwalk a lot there, which I rarely did as a kid. My mom also told me recently that he used to have a parrot, and the parrot would always say "Margaret" at the same time every single day. My granddad would say, "That's Mary getting up." Yeah, not freaky at all. So that's the context. Really weird shit. There's probably more like his back room and garden had a really weird energy about it. Also had really weird dreams about his garden. Now to what's been happening recently. Me and my friend were talking about all that type of shit like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I was telling her about my granddad's house and how I always felt a really weird energy, and that something's definitely going on there. Then I started to wonder if anybody else in my family was, into all that, and could see stuff or was just spiritually aligned, so I asked my mom, and she said that before my gran was like that, kind of, and I'd have to ask my granddad if I wanted to know more. So on Friday, I was like, okay, I'm seeing my dad, which is tomorrow and Saturday. Maybe I could ask him. Tell him why, when I go to sleep, I have a dream that I'm in front of my granddad's house with my dad and granddad. I break the ice. My granddad was his usual self in the dream, until I asked him about my gran, and if she possibly was like that or could see things that others couldn't. His face drops and he gets mad. He was like, "Don't talk about that, don't ask me that," like shouting at me. Then I woke up and was like, wow, okay. Early Monday morning, and I kept waking up and going back to sleep. I had 2 dreams of the house. Dream 1. I was outside the house with my granddad again, and the way I would describe the house was that his normal front door was there, but then there was another door-shaped hole in the outside door, but with no door. He would start whistling, and my granddad whistles, by the way, just to say. Maybe not connected to the dream, but weird in this context of the dream. And there was like a high-pitched screeching noise coming from inside the house. Never heard that noise in the dream I used to have. It was like it was responding back to him, and then I woke up. Dream 2 again. I was with my granddad, and we were walking toward his house. Got in the same position we were in Dream 1. He starts to whistle again, and then there was a high-pitched screeching. However, this time I started to whistle, and we were almost whistling at the same time. The screeching got louder and closer. We stopped whistling for a second, then we whistled again, and suddenly this black orb comes zooming out through the door-shaped hole, throws my granddad in the air, like, okay. Now what? It turns and looks at me. I'm like pleading at this point, saying sorry. Then as soon as it tries to throw me or go through me, I woke up, and when I woke up I immediately sat up and was like, what the hell was that all about? So yeah, I started to talk about weird, consistent dreams I used to have about my granddad's house when I was younger. Start to question it, and it's like I'm getting warned in my dreams to not question it, but like I want to question it. I'm practicing tarot right now, and I do think that I 100% should not ask my deck about it. Scared the skeptic. Mine first experience was when I was a kid. I've always felt like I was being watched. I've always ran from the feeling, even now that I do investigations. When I was in 5th grade, we went on a family vacation to the Crescent Hotel. My grandmother, aunt, and cousin and brother were all in tow. Us boys were obsessed with our new pocket knives and whittling anything out of anything. Upon checking in, we navigated the distressed creaky steps to the long hallway. After dropping our luggage, the adults wanted to enjoy a beverage in the basement bar. We sat outside of the bar, finishing our carvings. We soon ran out of material. Being brave young men and powered by our blunted pocket knives, we began to head to the room to get more soap. We did it on our own. Nothing would stop the work of Michelangelo and crew. Never forget the freedom of being scared, but protective. Every step was guided by a shooting eye of an expected encounter. I can still feel a heavy blanket of anxiety fueled by nostalgic, scary movies. When we creaked our way to the long hotel, we saw a man sitting in the windowsill, reading a book. His black slacks, black coat, and long-natured form looked cramped but relaxed, like being kissed by a cloud. We all stopped and paused and waved. His response was slow, as if in slow motion. A glimpse through a mirror as his reflection waved back. As we entered the room, my brother stayed by the door, never letting it close. My cousin and I ran to the bathroom. We had an immediate sense of fear, our instincts tearing at our guts to run, and run we did. We stumbled into the hall to look down and see the man had gone. No creak of a door, no footstep pressed into old carpet, nothing. Just a silent, long, empty floor, and every door was made of heavy wood and closed loud. You knew when somebody was moving about, and we knew we had just seen a ghost. We sprinted down the old wooden staircases, spilling into the bar panting. As we sputtered out what we had just seen, now under the protection of Grammy, we became excited. The bartender was a burly man and listened to us explaining what we had just seen, and I'll never forget. He reached up on a ledge, grabbed a picture, and said on the bar top, "You've just seen Michael." He had described him to a T. That was the start of my paranormal journey. I got chased by someone. For context, I was visiting my grandparents in my village. I was around 13 maybe. Our house was a 2-story, but the steps were outside instead of inside. We had rented out the rooms on the ground floor. Our bathroom and kitchen were outside our actual house, the bathroom being behind the kitchen on the far left side. Just think a typical village house in Asia. At 3 a.m., I'm watching TV, as I usually have a hard time falling asleep. I was watching Kitchen Nightmares. I had the urgent need to pee. Everybody else was asleep, so I decided to go alone. I took my phone and quietly made my way outside. Once I neared my bathroom, I saw a man-shaped shadow on my far right, but it was dark, and my grandmother had a huge garden, so I just thought it was a plant. After peeing, when I came out, I saw the shadow had disappeared. So again, my rational brain thought I was just tired and sleepy. Once the garden was out of my vision and I crossed the kitchen, I heard loud footsteps. They're almost right behind me, getting faster and faster. My flight response came in, and without even looking back, I ran up the stairs to my home. Once I reached the balcony, I looked back to see a dark shadow with his slippers in hand slapping the kitchen wall. I heard my family waking up and coming outside to see what the commotion was about. I was ushered inside when my grandpa shouted at the figure to leave. I found out later that they thought it was the infamous drunken neighbor. I tried to fall asleep that night, but I couldn't, and hours later I heard my grandmother waking up and looking out the window. She went to sleep shortly after that. Complete silence for I don't know how long until I heard steps outside. It was circling my entire house. It stopped after 2 circles. I have no memory of falling asleep that night. The next morning, my family and I were all in the kitchen. And they convinced me that it was the drunken neighbor who usually goes around at night, apparently. My grandmother said that she saw him standing outside when she looked through the window last night. She said that she could only see his lower half, which is weird, but was pretty sure that it was him. Our neighbor actually came around that evening. My grandmother's complaining to her about the drunkard when my neighbor looked confused. She said that's not possible. He had passed away 2 days before the incident due to alcohol. I have chills even thinking about this years later. What if I'd not run and gotten caught? Ugh. The time we went to an abandoned insane asylum, but ended up running for our life. This happened when I was a 33-year-old male, when I, a 33-year-old male, was 16. I didn't get my driver's license till I was 18, but my friend, let's call him Gary, got his. Now, we lived in a pretty small town in North Carolina, the type of town where all the high school kids, me included at the time, hung out in the Walmart parking lot. There's nothing better to do. So me and Gary had been friends since the beginning of high school. Met in one of our classes freshman year. Gary was into the spooky stuff, and so was I. Not long after getting his license, he comes to me with an idea. He tells me about some apparently old abandoned insane asylum a few towns over. Says it's back in the woods somewhere, isn't even visible from the road anymore. He wants us all to go out there in the middle of the night and check it out because it's supposed to be haunted by the patients that died there or something. Of course, nobody wants to go with him but me. So the following weekend, we decide we're going to sneak out and check this place out. It takes us a while to get there and figure out where exactly this place is. Finally, we find the place that we can park the car, follow the trail up to the asylum. We arrive at an old-ass building. Not sure if it was actually an asylum or just some building. It was definitely old and had plants growing all over it. It's possible a sign for the place was somewhere hidden in the brush. We walk into the building and there's no door. The inside's covered in graffiti, all kinds of stuff. Some kind of funny and others disturbing. The place definitely felt and looked spooky. We didn't end up staying long. We had been inside maybe 10 minutes or so, exploring the few rooms near the front of the building. Then a loud bang goes off. Not a gunshot bang, but like something really heavy fell to the floor. Me and Gary freeze. We turn to look at the doorway of the room the noise came from at the end of the hallway. A wheelchair slowly rolled into view from the room. And in this wheelchair is an old doll. And if you know what a Raggedy Ann doll is, then picture that. Well, that was enough for me and Gary. We decided to just head back to the car. We're walking back to the car through the trail, and we're both obviously scared, but neither of us want to show it or admit it. As we're walking, we hear something move around in the woods. Me and Gary don't speak a word to each other or even look at each other, but we both immediately take off running. Whatever it was that we had heard had started chasing us. We could hear it running in the woods next to us. And luckily, we made it back to the car and took off. Didn't look back and never saw what it was that was after us. For all we know, it's just some animal. But looking back at this now, I'm not sure what's scarier. The fact that we possibly ran into a ghost or spirit, or that maybe we aren't alone out there. Lived in a haunted apartment for a year. This happened to me, a 33-year-old male, in late 2016 till early 2017. I was in the military stationed in Tampa, Florida. I was 24 years old at the time. I had a roommate who was also in the military. We had been living together since we first moved out of the dorms on base. He got selected for deployment. I couldn't find a new roommate, so we broke the lease. I then got an apartment by myself. Nothing strange happened at first. It wasn't my first time living alone, but something about the place made me uncomfortable. It wasn't a cheap apartment, though, and I only had a year left till my contract was up, so I would separate from the military service. So I sucked it up and stayed, which was a bad decision. I started to get sleep paralysis. Never heard of it or experienced it before this. Naturally, I freaked out, and the longer I stayed in the apartment, the more frequent it would happen. Till eventually it was an every night thing. I'd wake up unable to move and would see dark figures standing in my bedroom doorway. It would just stand there and stare at me, and had this melting look to it, as if parts of it were going to drip off of it. I went and seen a doctor. He told me about sleep paralysis, explained to me what it was and what it was. Probably just stress that was causing it. I believed him as everything he said lined up with what I was dealing with. However, soon afterwards, things escalated. I started feeling like something was trying to drag me off the bed at night when I'd wake, still unable to move or even make noise. If you have problems with sleep paralysis yourself, then you'll know what I mean. My voice would come out in croaks. When I would snap out of the paralysis, I'd be in my bed in my usual sleeping position as if nothing happened. Then one night all that changed. Instead of feeling like something was dragging me off the bed, I actually was dragged. Something grabbed my arm and pulled me down between the bed and the wall. My arm was stuck and I could feel a hand around my forearm. This was not sleep paralysis. I was wide awake both before and after the event. The last event that made me finally move out happened a few weeks before my lease was over. I had fallen asleep in my stomach, woke up to the same feeling, unable to move or speak, the feeling of someone watching me, then a pressure on my back. It felt like someone or something was sitting on my back, and I swear I could feel it breathing on the back of my neck. What snapped me out of the paralyzed state was a searing pain across my back. I immediately shot up and left the apartment. Had 3 long scratches like claws down my back. I ended up not breaking the lease and just crashed at a friend and coworker's place for a few weeks. Only ever went back to this apartment to grab my stuff. Spirit named my unborn baby. I'm currently 4 months pregnant with a baby boy. My husband and I have been having a difficult time trying to figure out a name for him. We lost some very close friends and family in the past few years, and they visit often. I just feel them around. Since I got pregnant with this baby, I have this constant feeling of something there and someone watching me. So last night I'm in the shower. I have that feeling. I started wondering if the soul of this unborn baby is visiting his soon-to-be family and feeling us out. I also had thought of my husband's best friend who was killed in October 2023, to which I said in my head, "Don't watch me in the damn shower." Got out and laid in bed and turned on the TV. Within 5 minutes, my Alexa started talking, the Wikipedia definition of the name in Hebrew. My husband's Jewish. My husband was outside, so I went out and asked if he did it. He wasn't sure what I was talking about, so after 5 minutes of freaking out, I finally told him, and he said, "Well, that's definitely a sign, and I guess we have a name now." It's crazy because it wasn't on our list, and it was so random that I thought about baby boy's soul or spirit maybe 10 or 15 minutes before this even happened. It's also interesting because we keep debating on naming our child after my husband's best friend that passed away, and then we got this. I'm still in shock. I'm able to communicate with those who have passed, so it's not something I'm completely unfamiliar with. But I'm not used to getting my own messages only for others. Alexa gave us my son's name last night. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this before? Are you brave enough to read this? Not for skeptics. I'm going to tell you about a paranormal life from the beginning of my life. From the cradle, I saw a monster or a demon. I remember it. Thought it was just my imagination or distorted dream. But I found some of my drawings from when I started drawing at age 2. And guess what? They were drawings of monstrous or demonic beings. And in my first house, I jumped on the bed and fell headfirst into the floor, as if somebody was pushing me and turning me over. And one night, the lights were also kind of flickering. Yeah, very mild things. But the worst started when I moved at age 6. The first night I slept in my new house, I woke up convulsing and had to spend the whole night in the hospital with an oxygen tank. From then on at home, I've heard breathing and footsteps and whispers and things falling. Someone fiddling with knives or scissors. Everything was worse whenever I was alone at home, although paranormal activity also often occurred with other people in the house, but milder and less constant. Like the time somebody banging on the door from inside the basement, and spoiler, there was no one in the basement, or a locked door that was wobbling. The door and the lock as somebody were inside, like trying to get out or being in the living room and hearing a door, another one with a lock. I'd hear it sway, and when I went to look, the door was still, but the lock was gently shaking from the previous bangs. I also felt something was wrong with the basement. Also, one day while I was showering with my mother, we saw the black figure of a man pass behind the curtain. The house is half built upper floors, and on one of them there's a pile of sand, while footprints were always appearing in that pile of sand. I suspect that they belonged to my deceased grandfather, because the size of the footprint was the same size as my grandfather's foot. There's always something wrong with the house. Truth is that sometimes the paranormal activity would stop, only to kind of return stronger. Once I heard breathing, and I thought it was my imagination until I said, "Shut up," and the noise stopped. Every time I was alone, I would hear the sounds of someone playing with knives or scissors. Once I pretended a ghost was clapping, and I confessed to my mother that I was doing it myself. And one night I heard the same clapping sound coming from the kitchen while I was with my mother, and she said, "See, you're not making those noises. You're here." The noises stopped for a while, but when the paranormal activity resumed, it came back in full force. I'd always find the same knife pointing at me wherever I was. For example, doing something in the kitchen and feeling something and turning around, and the knife would be out of place pointing at me. Or once in the living room, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I'd find the same knife a few inches from my head on the table. But when that activity stopped, a new one would start, waking up with scratches on my back and bloody, almost Freddy Krueger-like. They thought it was because of an animal, and I didn't have one at the time. They said I was scratching myself, but in truth I bit my nails too much. What did I scratch myself with? And besides, I slept clothed, and the marks always appeared on my back. Clearly something in that house didn't love me and was threatening my life. And more things I don't remember, but I know happened. Other paranormal things. Dreaming about my grandfather telling me something, and days later I realized what he said and what he meant. That my grandmother killed him. I asked. My family confirmed it. Also, when the person I cared about the most died, I kept feeling like I'd swallowed ashes. And hours later I found out that that person had passed away and was cremated. When I was gathering their things from the house to take them with me, one of their music players started playing by itself, playing a love song. And the most recent thing that happened to me was walking past a room and seeing my static reflection as if my figure were still inside the room and not where I really was. And so far, my entertaining life. There's a darkness in the world we pretend not to see, but we see it here at Paranormal M. Every episode explores that eerie truth hiding in plain sight. Subscribe and click the bell. You're not alone anymore. Cat ghosts. Other or just unusual phenomena. I live in a house that's roughly 30 years old with my kids and wife. We've noticed over time odd activity. My youngest has complained of feeling a light pressure pressing down on his back or stomach at night, and a presence. And despite being a good sleeper now, has had bad sleeping cycles. My eldest says that he used to be scared of a white orb floating around at night. I was laying in bed one night with our still alive female cat sleeping next to my chest. It was extremely quiet, and then I heard the distinctive sound of when the tips of cat's paws tap on the wooden veneer floor as cat walks, which was coming into the bedroom, but from where I saw nothing. My sleeping cat suddenly woke up with a start and a soft, startled meow at that moment too. She'd heard it too, and sensed something as well. She was uneasy for a good while, looking at the spot, before finally going back to sleep. Now, a while back, we had 2 other cats that passed away from kidney failure and FIPS, respectively. FIPS? I'd helped bury them, but also had to later move their little graves closer to the house. On the side of the bedrooms and right next to the laundry door exit. This was because the retaining wall near where they were buried had to be completely replaced. It was otherwise going to collapse. Back to the phenomenon. I dreamt of our male black cat that I was very fond of, but had died of kidney failure. In the dream, I seemed to wake up in bed I was sleeping in, but he was sitting happily in my chest. He seemed to happily watch me, and then got up and seemed to float into the ensuite bathroom. He sat on the table, looked back at me, and vanished. Then I woke up. I felt like he was saying goodbye or hello, but maybe that was just my mind processing his death years later. However, it was very realistic and felt like I was really awake at the time. I did not feel fear, but at first joy and an upset when he was gone. My youngest also complained that he feels like he's being watched sometimes. Doesn't want to roll over to look at where he thinks he's being watched from. The other cat that died from FIPS, meantime, was a kitten. My eldest claims he saw her little ghost cat out of his window years ago one night and was terrified. These events all seemed to happen after I moved the graves. I've also had strange events like the fire alarm going off at me suddenly one night, and then switching itself off, probably just a fault. A door that didn't want to stay closed for a couple of weeks, and then suddenly stopped being an issue. Also odd sounds, and I swore I've heard strange meows very rarely. I've also tried to play with the air conditioner in the house, and open and close other doors to repeat the door phenomenon, but I can't. I've further had what some would call exploding head syndrome several times while sleeping. All of the events happen within a certain region of the house that's nearest the graves. My side of the bed is also the side next to these phenomenon, while my wife's side doesn't have them. She, however, says the one time she was in the kitchen, she looked up and both felt and vaguely saw a man in the doorway, who then ran at her and vanished. He said he seemed cross, or rather she said he seemed cross, with her being there, but this never happened again. However, this was before the moving of the cat graves. Also, our one living cat has become more scared of things in general. Seems to often look out through the laundry. Maybe I'm overplaying this, and my youngest is going through a developmental phase. It just seems odd because I did feel like I had similar experiences when I was younger too. I felt I was touched on my shoulder by my grandfather's ghost on the day he was buried. A sort of cold electric feeling at best. I can describe that scared me like, I felt a presence behind me. This was inside his house and near where he actually died. And I've also seen a glass cup slide across a level table, and seen several times when our pets, cats and dogs, back when I was a kid, all look at the same spot in my parents' house, then immediately run away in the same instant. Also in different directions as if running for their lives. That was in a house where the previous owner died in a car accident, and I felt sometimes like I was being watched while in my bedroom. I also once had a bike chain I would hang on my door. My father once asked why I was clattering the chain at night. I didn't ever do that. There are others I could also share, but really I think I'm just highlighting how these strange cat-related phenomena in my current home are not entirely alien. creepy things that happened to me in childhood. I have some eerie memories that I hardly think about, but never forget. When they pop back up in my head, I get the creeps and my hair stands on end every time. Maybe you will find them interesting. A pretty foggy one was about at age 3. I very well could have imagined it. I remember walking down the hallway with the lights off, and there was a shadow thing crawling on the ceiling above me, following me. I turned to my mom's bedroom to see if it would be in there and go in there too. Turned to look and it was gone. I sat down in front of my mom's mirror. Something is strange about my reflection. I'm smiling but don't remember feeling happy. I turned my head from side to side and the reflection didn't move. It was still looking at me, smiling. When I was 5 or 6, I had to pee super bad and ran into the bathroom and sat on the loo to do so. I looked up at the corner and I noticed a glass on the edge of it. I thought to myself, that's really close to the edge. I hope it doesn't fall. As I'm looking at it, the glass slid off the counter, shattered on the floor. My stepdad came rushing in. "What the fuck are you breaking in here? Why would you do that?" I told him exactly what happened. I didn't do it. It did it by itself. I saw it happen. My little arms couldn't even reach from the toilet. Why would I block my way out of the door with broken glass? Like, it didn't make sense. But he called me a liar and he made me eat soap in my mouth. When I was 8, my family moved into an old house. It's where I always felt like I was being watched, and sometimes I would have strange dreams and feelings of being scared at night. I'd wake up and look at my alarm clock, and I swear every time it was 3 a.m. Nearly every day I would feel like someone was looking at me when no one was around, even though I saw a silhouette of a person in my peripheral vision, and then would turn and no one would be there. A reoccurring dream I had a few times was from my point of view, walking in a meadow, distantly following a girl with light-colored long hair. She was wearing a white nightgown. I remember when I got a new bed. It's just the kind I wanted for my 9th birthday, with a little bookshelf situation for a headboard. I immediately put my books there. Some were pretty heavy. They stayed put there for months. One night I was feeling especially vulnerable, and the creepy feeling was strong enough that I didn't want to look around my dark room for fear of seeing whatever I felt was watching me. I built a pillow fort around my head and eventually fell asleep. I started having the meadow dream. I was following the girl, but this time she stopped. She slowly started turning around, and this was weird because the dream was always the same. She always kept walking, and she never turned around where I could see her face. Just when I should have been able to see her face, I still couldn't because I did not, or rather, she did not have a face. I felt panic, and then I woke up and all of my heavy-ass books sliding off my bookshelf onto my face. Well, they would have if not for my last-minute pillow fort. I looked at my alarm clock and 3:01 a.m. There wasn't anyone in the room with me, and the shelf was still perfectly intact. I don't know what happened. One night I was like 11, I think. I woke up to a strange sound in my closet. Looked at my clock and it was 3 a.m. I'm just awake listening to what I could only describe as the sound of a shovel piercing dirt, then tossing the dirt to the side, over and over again. When it stopped, I got up and looked, but of course found nothing. When I was 13, I had friends start sleeping over. Every one of them said my house felt creepy. And one night, my best friend and I were sleeping in the same bed, and I woke up to her screeching, screaming at the top of her lungs. My mom comes running in saying, What happened? Are you guys okay?" She was sleeping. We woke her up and asked if she was okay. Told her she was screaming like she was terrified and asked what she was dreaming about. She couldn't remember. Said she was fine. I was too flustered to check the time, but I imagine it was more than likely around 3 a.m. I remember when my parents started leaving my brother and I home alone. One night we were in the living room watching TV, when a painting abruptly fell from the wall next to us. My boyfriend and I had the same dream, and at the same time. Creepy. Alright, gather round, y'all. This is going to be a very creepy true story time. And I need to add context, but if you want to skip to the scary part, then start at paragraph 4. The dream starts with two girls standing on my porch. They were very pretty, but what made them stand out was that they were wearing clothes from the 1800s. And although the rest of the dream was in color, they were in shades of gray like an old black and white picture. They asked me if they could wait for their bus on the porch. I told them sure, no problem, and come back to my chores. I was listening to music and one of the girls commented, "Is that Tupac? He's one of my favorite artists." I was like, mine too. Went outside to talk to them for a while. I come back inside and I'm busy cooking when I get this really eerie feeling, like if something is behind me. One of the girls is standing inside the house, but she's warped in a shadow demon with a big creepy smile full of jagged teeth. I knew that I'd locked the door and, terrified, I shouted, "Get out of here! How'd you get in here?" Then her friend came in too. She went through the wall like a ghost. So now I had two 9-foot-tall shadow demons slowly approaching me, with wide, unblinking eyes and huge, jagged smiles. I go into a panic and I start doing everything I can to try and get rid of them, but they wouldn't leave. They kept coming closer and closer, and then I woke up and was really tripping out. So I woke my boyfriend up to tell him about my dream. He looked at me in disbelief. He just had the exact same dream, but in his dreams, the ghosts were male. Am I being haunted? Ouija board infested house. I recently moved into a 3-bedroom trailer by myself, with my 2 cats in the beginning of March. Here and there I would hear things and brush it off as the cats. Well, for the past 5 nights I'm barely getting any sleep. Things are getting weird. I always fall asleep, but keep waking up to strange sounds or feelings, like someone's in the room with me and watching me. And then I'm just stuck being awake for the remainder of the night. So I'll go into the living room to watch TV. Well, I started taking melatonin, thinking it would help me sleep all night long. No, it's not. It's 3 a.m. and I wake up in a panic attack, just feeling so weird. I'm having vivid dreams about running out of a house and demons are pulling me back into the house. I'm waking up to the sounds of something tapping in the kitchen or the living room. Then one night a few weeks ago, I'm almost asleep, I heard a child's voice say hello. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe it was just because I was falling asleep and my brain's having auditory hallucinations. But last night, I woke up around 11 a.m., went into the living room to watch TV, and sometime after midnight, one of my cats was sitting on the coffee table, sat up really fast and just stared at my bedroom through the kitchen. I said her name and her ears moved to acknowledge that she heard me, but she wouldn't look away. At first I was like, oh, it's just a bug, but she chases bugs, and she wasn't moving. She looked freaked out and she eventually laid back down on the coffee table. Just kept staring at my bedroom. Around 1 a.m., I eventually go lay down to go back to sleep. Next Next thing I know, I'm panicking, waking up and jump out of my sleep and just do a scan of my room. Mind you, it's 3 a.m. on the dot. I'm not seeing anything creepy, well, yet. But I am feeling like there's someone or something in the room with me. Other weird sounds are happening. I'm reaching out now in case I'm being haunted before it escalates, really. I can reach out for advice, perhaps. I used to mess with Ouija boards at like 13 or 14 years old, in an obsessive way, to the point everybody in my family were seeing what we all called the shadow people. I never saw the Hat Man, well, at least personally, but my younger sisters and her friends all described seeing him when we were kids. The CDs would fly off my entertainment center. My closet door would open itself, and everyone in the house had experienced weird things. Mind you, this was the early 2000s, before we knew that other people called them shadow people and had similar experiences. So come 2010-ish, when we Googled it one day and saw it was a thing others experienced. We were all kinds of freaked out. I went to a spiritual crystal-type place after work, walked in and said, "Hey, I collect Ouija boards. Recently moved. Now I'm having a bunch of creepy stuff happen in my house." I explained briefly. "Can you help me?" This chick that worked there doesn't say a word but is staring off in the distance for about 5 minutes and then says, "You have a mirror issue," she then says. When I moved, something about the mirror opened up a portal. She said she didn't want to go into the mirror due to how scary it can be, but said the colors green and purple were coming in and out of it. She closed it off. I asked if I should cover my mirror, and she said, "Nope, it's taken care of." I asked about smudging sprays, and she said I didn't have to do that, but if it would make me feel better, I could. So I did purchase a smudging spray from there. She wasn't even trying to sell me anything, which made me believe her even more. The Ouija boards don't do anything or really cause the activity. She said they were completely fine, so I guess I can keep them because I have a lot in my collection. Thanks everybody for the suggestions. I'm going to spray the smudging spray tonight and give an update in the morning. Ended up covering the mirror, spraying the smudging spray everywhere in my house, and had a friend come sleep over just in case. I got really freaked out after my encounter with the chick at the crystal store. I didn't take any melatonin either. I slept all night long. No nightmares or strange sounds, no strange feelings either. And hopefully this issue is permanently resolved. I just want to thank everyone in this community, as I'm not really into all this stuff. But seeing everyone's comments really made me think and decide to do things I did. And I come from a non-religious household, non-religious background. Not sure what I believe. I keep trying to find logical explanations of all these weird things, but it's getting more intense each night, and I'm maybe being haunted, or maybe somebody could explain all of this. I have this weird power whenever I think of someone. They reach out or appear, even after years. Back to when I was in 4th grade, I had a classmate and we weren't super close, but we were friendly for a short time. One Sunday night I had a dream about him. I don't remember what he said in it, but I clearly saw him. The next morning when I reached school, our principal told us that he had passed away in a car accident. On the exact same night I saw him in my dream. Never happened to me again, but it still chills me when I think about it. It felt like somehow I knew, or maybe he came to say goodbye. Another time when I was in 6th grade, I was walking home from tuition. I randomly thought about a friend I had in kindergarten. She'd moved to another city years ago, and I hadn't heard from her at all. Just a few minutes after I thought of her, I literally bumped into her on the street. I was shocked. Didn't even live there anymore, and she told me she was just visiting for a relative's wedding. timing was too perfect to just be coincidence. And I've also had moments where I think of people I haven't talked to in 4 or 5 years. No connection, no contact, and nothing. And out of nowhere, they text. Do I have a stalker or a ghost? A few days ago, I sat on my porch eating an apple. When I was done with it, I threw it onto the grass by my house. It's because there's a lot of deer around, and I thought I'd enjoy a treat. But anyway, the day after it rained, so I didn't sit on my porch. The day after that, I see my old musty apple core sitting on the top of the porch where I always sit. I thought it must have been a squirrel or something that brought it up there. Weird, but not impossible. I told my dad about the situation that he had mentioned somebody stole a package of ours a couple of weeks ago. Now, we live in a very nice neighborhood, but our house is sort of tucked away, and we also have a pretty long driveway. This would not be an easy house to steal packages from. Then this had me thinking of a couple of months ago. So when I heard a man howling outside of my living room window one night at around 2:30. And like I said, the house is tucked away with a long driveway. Our neighbors are about 5 minutes walk away. Also, we know all of our neighbors. None would be the type to even be awake in the middle of the night, let alone pretend to howl. Another strange thing that happened was about a year ago. My sister and I were in my room having a little chat. Now, for some background, my door has a doorknob that you can only get in if you have a fingerprint or a password to it. Only my sister and I can get into my room. It was about 3:15 a.m. when we started hearing taps on the door. Immediately, we thought it was our dad trying to mess with us, so we stayed quiet. The taps then turned into scratches, and then the scratches turned into knocks. Called my mom in the next room over to ask what the fuck her husband's doing. She didn't answer, so I called my dad because I was sure I'd heard his phone ring outside my door. I didn't hear anything, but the knocks. 30 minutes had passed and we're still hearing knocks and scratches. My sister starts getting mad because this was really strange behavior if it was actually him. She gets up and tries to yank the door open with full force. The door doesn't budge. The look on her face unsettles me to this day. He had somebody holding the door handle back this whole time. A few minutes go by and I hear the beep on the doorknob, meaning somebody tried to use their fingerprint and couldn't get in. Called my dad again and finally he picks up. I asked him if he's done. He asks me done with what? I said done knocking at my door. That's when I hear my parents' bedroom door open. My dad step out of the room and I open the door, still fully believing it was him all along. Told him he can stop pretending now. Then he really freaks out and starts going downstairs to check all the locks and whatnot, and the whole time I'm thinking he's really not giving up on the act. The next day I just I asked my mom if it was my dad all along. She said that he had been in bed the whole time. What's even going on? We've only lived here for about 1.5 years, and it's one weird thing after the other. I see floating shadow people in the graveyard every nighttime. Do you see what I see? And that's what I always ask to people around that place. Especially the keeper who manages the graveyard. Some were scared, some were calling me strange or a weirdo, but luckily enough some had agreed, which was the keeper. I always go there at nighttime. That way I could quote-unquote talk to some of the shadows. Especially my grandpa and grandma. I brought them banquets of flowers and peace offerings. This one time, recently a month ago, I was searching for the keeper to give him some food that I'd bought for myself, until I heard a little girl crying. She's behind an old gravestone that seemingly looked like it was rotting. She was hiding with her small, eerily white feet sticking out. I gently spoke to her, asking why she's crying. She didn't answer at first. About 5 minutes she told me no one had visited her in a year now, and she's missed her family. I utter some reassurances that perhaps tomorrow, or the next following days, somebody will finally come. Life may have gotten hard for her family too, but nonetheless, I had comforted her. So before I left, I had given her food instead of eating it. I told her it's hers now, and I'll give her some flowers too from time to time as I visit my relatives. The crying, as well as the shadow behind the gravestone, had gone away. I was confused until I felt a sudden warmth around my body. It was brief, yet it made me feel relief that she wouldn't be in distress. And from that day on, I had prayed for her. And guess what? Her family members finally came. And they don't know me, but I'm truly happy that they had visited. And life goes on for me. I'm not sure what I've just found. Curious if anybody could tell me about something I've found. Had to clean up an elderly family member's house. Closet had paintings of Lucifer and demons and angels. A lot of different, jars and medicinal herbs. And a full drawer, like an 8x24, maybe by 12 inch of human hair. This family member is about 90, no longer really ambulatory. House is extremely creepy, like there's somebody watching you. Had to run out a few times, leaving the sink on, especially in this large walk-in closet where this stuff was stored. So should I be worried, and is this witchcraft? Is it something else? How can I protect myself? The floor and the wall around the paintings and stuff where things were touching was like running away even though everything else was fine. Went by myself in the kitchen. I heard something across the house move, and my mom and baby were outside. The house was empty otherwise. Maybe 1% chance of a frogger. Of a frogger? Also, I had my son in a carrier on my back, and he was leaning around me, sort of playing peekaboo. No one else was in the room. It had such a weird, bad vibe that even after showering, I felt dirty and creeped out. So thanks for any help or recommendations, and sorry I don't know where else to go about this. I have to go back and finish cleaning, but I'm scared. Also, after going to the property and inside the house, both my son and I were up all night. And starting at 3 a.m., he wouldn't settle at all. I had to hold him as he screamed all night. It's out of character. My mom agrees the house is creepy. She hasn't noticed anything recently, but has had past experiences there. Other people have heard doors slam and footsteps and felt like they were being watched. When I say I had to run out, I literally ran. I couldn't take it. He watched over me in my sleep. To give you some context, I only have my maternal and paternal grandmothers, and my maternal grandfather. My paternal grandfather passed away years before I was born. Now let me tell you the story. When I was 14, I lived in a very old house. My parents were renovating one of the rooms because my younger sister had just been born. I was going to share that room with me. Because of that, I'm sleeping in my parents' bedroom. My mom put me in my bed in the corner near the bathroom, which was inside their room, and everything seemed fine. When it was time to sleep, I laid down facing the wall and quickly fell asleep. A few hours later, I woke up, but it was a strange kind of awakening. I simply opened my eyes and stared at the wall, and something felt wrong. I could feel the presence of a man behind me. Thought it was my dad looking for something on the floor. Maybe he headed to the bathroom, since he usually smokes while he's in there. But as time went on, the figure didn't move away. I felt like he was analyzing me, like his eyes were fixed on the back of my head. My body froze. I I closed my eyes. But oddly, I didn't feel afraid, and when I closed them, the image of a man appeared in my mind, and he told me not to be scared, that he was just watching over me and protecting me from evil. After that, I fell asleep again. When I woke up, I told my mom about what had happened. She froze in front of me and said, "Sweetheart, you just described your grandfather exactly." And at that moment, my whole body went cold and I started to cry. Then she said, "Don't cry, he probably came to meet your sister. When you were born, I also felt a presence near your crib. Now that you've told me this, it makes sense. Since he never got to meet you, he must have come to see his granddaughter. But please, don't tell your dad." I agreed. Went on with our lives, and that moment just never left my memory. I needed advice or something. Since January of 2024, I've noticed some odd things happening around my apartment. I have 3 cats. I think they're experiencing things too. I just need advice, I guess. I'm not sure, to be honest. It all started in January of 2024. I was at home and started seeing things at the corner of my eyes, like a shadow figure moving in the dark. One night I'm struggling to sleep. It was 2:30 or 3, and a figure started coming down from my ceiling, kind of like it was crawling. Turned on my light and it was gone. Thought maybe I was dreaming. A few nights later, I'm sitting on my bed petting my cat. I look out my bedroom door, which you can see the dining table. My cat walked by, the one I was petting. I looked down immediately, and there he was. But he was alerted, and something scared him. I pushed him to the side and walked out of the dining area, and it was gone. The other 2 cats were sound asleep on the couch, and since then I started seeing more things at the corner of my eye. I eventually went to the hospital because I thought I was hallucinating or something. I was cleared to go home a few hours after being seen, and the psych doctor believed I was tired or stressed, and I believed I was too. From January 2024 to December 2024, I noticed I either woke up at 3 a.m., 3:32, 33, or 34. I struggled to sleep around 3 a.m. and just couldn't sleep at all until 4 a.m. would hit. Started going to bed a bit earlier, and still would wake up at 3 a.m. mostly. Stay awake wide till 4 a.m. and then pass out. January 2025, now June 2025. I've noticed some odd finger-like bruises on my arms. One's on my leg, and either 1 fingerprint or 3 small scratches on my face. I don't let my cat sleep with me. Thought I was grabbing myself while I slept, but the prints were either too small or too big to be my fingerprints. My cat started acting different. Not the classic stayed sitting, that's what they wrote, but I'm assuming stares. Not the classic stares at nothing and going about their business. Or states, why not? But they could be sleeping and suddenly wake up to stare into a direction. Ears back with an intense stare. Sometimes even running toward nothing and stopping with their backs arched. In February, I was getting ready for bed. I was in the bathroom. 2 of my cats were on the couch, staring at a section of the couch. My boy is the sweetest boy ever, and he was hella mad. Ears back, back arched, and tail swaying back and forth. My other cat, she was crouching, kind of like she was hunting, that she was making the growling sounds. I said their names to get their attention, but nothing. Tossed a sock at the couch to get their attention. They both looked back at me and then back at the same spot. They were chill after looking at that spot. Strange. I think something was there, and they didn't like it. In April, my one cat has made it his mission to sleep with me every single night now. I've had him for 6 years, and during those 6 years, he's never been allowed to sleep in my room, and especially when I sleep at night. It started out of nowhere, just him constantly meowing and pawing at the door. I let him in, he sleeps on the pillow beside me, and that's all. It was an odd thing for him to do. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. or around then, and he's already awake or sleeping closer to me. Now, 2 days ago on June 6th around 11:30, I was heating up some food in the microwave. Didn't use or touch my stove at all that day. I was out in the living room and I heard like a spring popping sound come from the kitchen. Walked to the kitchen and see nothing, just the microwave humming. I look at the stovetop and the red light's on. Indicates the stovetop's on. Walk over to my stove and the front left stovetop was on. The rings weren't red yet, but warm. It was turned to low. And I swear on my life and my grandmother's grave, I didn't touch the knobs. You have to press into the knob and turn it left. Cats aren't that smart, nor were the kitchen. Or rather, nor were they in the kitchen, probably. I was being lazy and using the microwave. So was something attached to me. I don't necessarily believe it, but I've had odd experiences throughout my life. But this takes the cake. Hopefully it has sprinkles. I saw something very strange and specific as a child, and I always wanted to know if anybody else saw it. First of all, I have to say that although I've always believed that there's definitely something going on, I also try to explain everything because this paranormal world thing terrifies me. Well, the point is, when I was young, about 10 years old, I remember walking my dog through the vacant lot in my neighborhood when suddenly, and I know this is random, the kind of small skeleton with wings, a Barbie doll-sized thing, maybe it appeared. I remember that it stared at me from a distance of maybe a meter. My dog also stared at it, which made me realize that maybe it wasn't my imagination. And yes, we all know that children do have a lot of imagination. But at least at that age, you know when something's coming from your head. This curious apparition lasted a few seconds, until that specter, whatever it was, decided to fly away. My dog followed it for a bit, and at that moment I ran back home terrified. Obviously, my parents asked. I honestly didn't want to tell them for a moment because I knew they wouldn't believe me, but say I imagined it. To my surprise, my parents' faces kind of terrified me even more. Definitely seemed like they would believe me. Well, they knew I wasn't that kind of fantasy girl, but unfortunately they couldn't explain what I had seen. I remember sharing it with very few people, receiving similar reactions. They believed me because I said so, or maybe they're just faking it. I don't know. But I decided to let it go and hope for an adult explanation. I'm 31 now, and although it's mostly buried, there are days when I still remember it very vividly, and it makes me want to cry. Feel like I need an answer. Hope to know if anybody's ever seen something like this. A weird situation I found myself in while staying with a quirky family. I was homeless in Washington State from 1996 to 2004. About a year before I got off the streets, my friend Michael, who had known me for a long time, tried to help me out. I needed a safe spot to set up my tent, and he knew a family with their own property in Arlington, Washington. And somehow he convinced them to let me stay there. The grandfather came to pick me up and took me to their place. And when I got inside, I met the family. There was the elderly wife and 2 daughters. One daughter was just a little kid, probably 8 or 9. The other was a teenager. Gave me the little girl a Scooby-Doo shirt, and, well, she had said she liked Scooby-Doo. Didn't think much of it, and I mean, why would I? But apparently, they found it strange, but apparently found it strange that I did that. I don't know, the whole time I was there, they didn't say anything to me. I stayed for a couple of weeks and rarely went inside. Only when I was invited. Anyway, on my first night there, I was chatting with my grandma. I noticed her husband was missing. I asked where he was, and she bluntly said he went for a walk to meet the UFO. I was like, what? She said it happened regularly, and at first I didn't know what to think. And as time passed, I learned that the little girl was having night terrors, claimed that the little gray man was standing at the foot of her bed at night. One day, while I'm in the house talking to the grandpa, I mentioned how his wife told me that on one night I arrived, he went out for a walk to meet a UFO. He told me he worked for an aerospace company, had some inside information. Then he turned on the TV in the living room and changed the channel. I saw the Lockheed Martin logo in the bottom left corner and a rotating wire-frame diagram of an aircraft that looked like an SR-71. He said it was a channel that only employees could access. Not really sure why he decided to show that to me. One night, I suddenly felt really unwell. I was hit with nausea and dizziness and a headache. So I headed to my tent to rest and ended up sleeping for a bit. I finally woke up around 4 or 5 in the morning, lying on my stomach in my tent, which was around the corner from the back porch. I heard what sounded like the little people running past my tent to my left and up the back deck of the house. I didn't look out. I wasn't feeling well. Not long after that, they asked me to leave. A couple of years later, I ran into Michael at a church dinner for the homeless. I brought up that weird situation. He told me that those people accused me of paying too much attention to that little girl, and that was why they asked me to leave. I was super upset because it seemed like they were calling me a pedophile. If they really thought that was true, why didn't they talk to me about it? Or to the person who picked me up. Why did I only find about this years later? Seemed to me like they were just trying to find an excuse to kick me out because I knew too much. I obviously denied the accusation because who wouldn't? Told Michael that they were lying about me, and then he got mad at me for disrespecting people that he thought of as family. I think I said something like, "Fuck those people." And after that, Michael and I didn't talk for years. Skinwalker or opportunistic troll? So my fiance always talks about this time during COVID where she was outside walking home at like 4 a.m. around Westminster, Maryland, and a dude dressed like Richard Simmons, like the entire workout outfit, headband, short shorts, and long socks, jogging like he's part of the Ministry of Silly Walks, like a very dramatic cartoony way, borderline skipping. But it was very consistent, as this was just the way he ran. So she honestly didn't think too much of it because it was the middle of COVID where you have people wearing literal Halloween costumes at the grocery store. So it didn't immediately strike her as strange because he wasn't doing anything particularly alarming. So she didn't clock this as a suspicious thing right away, but then... So I'm walking down the alleyway towards this person. I see them cross the street ahead of me, so I keep walking because, well, honestly, it's whatever. These not bother me, so I'm in my mind just doing my business. Then as we cross and he's dead center of the street I'm walking down, he stops dead in his tracks without moving his body from the position it was in. So mid-jog turns his head, and only his head, and then drops down on all fours at once and starts crawling toward me down this alley. And he's still tilted. I was on the phone with my friend, and all he hears is me going, "Nope," and obviously ran away to my house. Her kitchen overlooks the alley, and so she was able to see the entire area, and dude just disappeared. So we talk about this a lot and always ponder, dude, but was that somebody trolling, or was it some crazy shit? Well, let us know if anybody else has encountered a Richard Simmons skinwalker type. I'm trying to start a discussion on this because, well... I think I saw the spirits of my client's late wife and dog. I work as a private caregiver for a 91-year-old man with dementia. They have brain cancer, and they're in hospice. He's already lived months longer than predicted, at least by his neuro-oncologist. He's had good days and bad days, and today was a bad day. The family and I believe that he's very close to the end. Lately, he's been calling out for his wife, who passed away 4 years ago. He also has been asking for a small dog who died last year. And today, I'm sitting at his bedside, holding his hand and gently rubbing his head to calm him, as he's been agitated and anxious most of the day. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a white figure across the room. I knew I had seen something, but I chalked it up to me just being overtired. About an hour or so later, still at his bedside, I saw a similar white figure, but this one was very small, darted across the floor, and at that point I truly believed I wasn't just seeing things. On days like this where we believed he's barely clinging to life, he tends to get very scared and upset and calls out for God for help. He also will call for his wife. There was one time he got upset with another caregiver for not opening the front door because he said his wife was waiting outside in the cold. He would not settle until the caregiver opened and closed the front door. My theory is that he's afraid to cross over to the other side, so his wife and dog are trying to coax him over. I hope he's able to be at peace soon, fully reunited with them. Me too. My childhood experiences. I used to see apparitions when I was younger. One of my first experiences was with pets that passed away. I would see and feel cat feet on the bed. I was very close with this cat, and he died young. I also saw my old dog running past as a shadow when I was having a shower. I was freaked out as I could see him so clearly, even though he was a shadow, and it was very strange. Told my mother afterwards, and she didn't believe me. I also saw humanoid figures fairly often. They had no faces and were standing still. I only ever saw them on the street, never in my house or the school. I would also hear words in different languages. When I asked a question in my head, I would look up at the word and it would be my answer. I only know English, and it was always random languages. I had no real guidance with this, and I just was spooked. I decided all of it was not real because I wanted to stop seeing everything. It worked, and I was never connected like that again. There's more instances, but I'm short in time, and, well, has anyone else had similar experiences? Granny's Last Promise. My grandmother passed away in 2006 at the age of 92. About a week before her death, she promised me that she would contact me from the other side. Granny was devoutly religious, and to my utter annoyance, she was constantly trying to convert me to save me from going to a place that she describes as very bad, and if I didn't change my ways, I would surely end up there. And although we were very close, we would often butt heads on the subject of an afterlife, and the fact that I was gambling mine away as though this life was just a wild night at the casino. The way I saw it, hoping for an afterlife was kind of like fishing for minnows while standing in the back of a whale. Although the following story proves nothing, I swear on my grandmother's grave that what I'm about to tell you is true, and has deeply affected my way of thinking going forward. So you tell me, did Granny keep her promise or what? And to put things in perspective, it was during May of 2006. and I was 12 months into a 13-month course at sea school. Think of it as trade school for the maritime industry. I was enjoying the last day of a 30-day shore leave in Cape Town, South Africa, by sailing ship. My sea training vessel, the steel-hulled bark Picketon Castle, was a 180-foot-long, 3-masted tall ship having departed out of Lunenburg, Nova Scotia a year prior. The captain once said, "I don't know much about steel-hulled vessels, but I know a lot about wool-hulled vessels, and that's why I sailed a steel-hulled vessel." But I digress. I was one of about 40 trainees with 12 professional crew members from captain on down to ship's cook, bound around the world from Lunenburg, Nova Scotia, Canada. But anyway, on that particular day, it was my grandmother's 92nd birthday. I decided to make a long-distance call from a phone bank in my sort of hostel in Cape Town to the small town of Cairo, Illinois, about 5,000 miles away in the USA. Granny answered after about maybe 6 rings, and her voice sounded a bit feeble. "Hello, hello," she said, through a crackling connection. "Hi, Granny, it's Brian, your favorite grandson. I was calling to wish you a happy birthday." Granny's voice turned jubilant. "Oh, Brian, are you back? Are you going to come visit me soon? I miss you so much. Going to make your favorite vanilla wafer banana pudding when you get here." "Well, Granny, I'm in South Africa right now, and I don't expect to be back until late June or early July, depending on the weather." "South Africa," she said. "Well, I don't know if I can make it till then, but I want you to go ahead and finish that course so you can get on with your life. Pray for me. This might be goodbye." And I wish what she meant when she said that. Well, I knew what she meant. Granny was old and tired, but not terminally ill. I thought she was being a little bit melodramatic, as she tended to be at times, so I tried to humor her on the subject. "I'll make you a deal, Granny. If you feel like you have to go before I get back, I want you to go ahead and let go. But once you get to the other side, I want you to contact me in some way, and if you do, then maybe I'll change my ways." Granny was very religious. As I'd mentioned from the offset, she was constantly trying to bring me around to her way of thinking since I was old enough to walk to church, and I'll never forget what she said next. Her answer sounded so intent, so confident, that it sent shivers up my spine. "It's a deal. I'll contact you." That threw me for a loop. So I quickly changed the subject. I told her that I'd be there in about a month and couldn't wait to dig into some of her famous vanilla wafer banana pudding. I felt like a feeble attempt at giving her something to look forward to, and I said that hoping it wasn't the last time I would ever hear Granny's voice. We said our goodbyes and hung up the phone, feeling torn and a little bit bummed. Went back to my hostel and began packing my duffel bag. Had to get back to the ship where I would spend the night before early morning muster. There we would call roll, and we were divided into 3 watches. It was time to get my sea legs back. At 8 the next morning, and with all hands on deck, we departed Cape Town, then set a course up the west coast of South Africa. Our destination was St. Helena Island, a British territory in a remote part of the South Atlantic Ocean. The going was rough for that first week out, to say the least. And for the first 4 days, I was sick as a dog, as most of the crew. We were only averaging about 5 knots and 20-foot swells. And on the 7th night, this happens. While motoring under storm sails off the coast of Namibia one late afternoon, we got hit by a gale storm with winds approaching 70 miles an hour. The ship was tossed in heavy seas like a rubber ducky in a toddler's bathtub. Fears of sinking ran through my mind, but the Picton Castle was built sturdy and could handle nearly anything the weather could throw at us. I found out what the captain meant about sailing a steel-hulled vessel, but still, the sea has a way of finding out everything that was done wrong. We were wet and haggard by the time the watch was laid below, and then something happened that night that had left me feeling very uneasy. Allow me to go into a little more detail. After watch turnover that grueling evening, I'd gone straight to my bunk and pulled off my foul weather gear, hung it up by the hatch dripping wet, rolled into my bunk and was dead asleep before my head hit the pillow. And then, shortly after midnight, I was suddenly awakened by Granny's voice jolting me out of my sleep like a clap of thunder. It was short and sweet. She simply proclaimed, "I love you." I sat up in my bunk so fast I banged my head against the bottom of the bunk above me. "Granny!" I yelped, to the pitch-black surroundings. But the only answer was the sound of waves slamming against the hull of the ship, and the wispy snoring of my shipmates nearby. I lay on my side, rubbing my head, trying to process what just happened. Her voice rang out with the youth that Granny had when she and I used to have snowball fights. It was when I was a toddler. That was the memory that the sound of their voice sort of was bringing back to my mind. I dismissed it as a dream, and I lit up my wristwatch to check the time. 12:47 a.m., just a few hours before time to go on watch. I rolled over and instantly fell back asleep. I'd all but forgotten about it, as we had much preparation to do prior to our arrival at our next destination in a week or so. There were many hours of ship work and learning to be done, and it would take all of our energies and focus to harness the untamable South Atlantic Ocean. Several days later, we dropped anchor at St. Helena Island, right around 9:45 a.m., then divvied up the watches for shore time. Luckily, mine was the watch to be let go first, with a few hours to explore. We piled into the skiff and just kind of motored up the dockside where we tied off the debarked with our backpacks, and we were spending money and cameras. I felt the urge to give Granny a call. I invited a couple of shippies to grab a pint and do a little laundry, which was the usual after stepping foot on terra firma. It had been a couple of weeks since I had a whiff of flowers and foliage. I could even smell the volcanic earth beneath my feet. I walked up the old cobblestone streets, scanning the area like a payphone. I found one outside of a pub, and pretty convenient. Slid my phone card through the slot, dialed Granny's number. But after a few rings, it was answered by my sister-in-law, Susan. Right away, I got that feeling in the pit of my stomach, telling me that something was wrong. "Hello?" Her voice chimed through, a much clearer connection this time. "Susan? Hi, Susan. I didn't expect you to answer. We just arrived on St. Helena Island in the middle of the Atlantic. Still about 2 weeks out, give or take. Thought I'd give a call and check in with Granny. Is she there?" And after a moment of silence, she told me that she had some bad news. Well, Granny had passed away a little bit after midnight on May the 23rd. She went peacefully in her sleep, and the doctor said it was of natural causes. My heart dropped, but something told me that she was in a better place now. Susan filled me in on what the funeral was and how it went, and I assured her that I would visit as soon as I got stateside. I missed Granny's funeral, but at least I could go visit her grave. So I'd failed to mention earlier that I had kept a journal of my daily life at sea. Usually just snippets of events that stood out to me so I could laugh about it later. Upon arrival back aboard the ship that evening, I went straight to my bunk and slid my sea chest out from under it. I opened the lid and took out my leather journal, now almost full front to back with entries over the past years at sea, and I flipped through the pages to the date of Granny's death, and there it was. Journal entry, May 23rd, 2006. The last paragraph read, Had a dream last night that Granny woke me up from a deep dark slumber. Sounded as though she was right next to my bunk, and I even answered her out loud. Thought I might be losing it. The sea has a way of messing with a sailor's head, and a way of answering questions that the sailor had no desire to ask. End of journal entry. Fast forward about a month later to when I'm at the cemetery with Susan, my brother's, who's showing me where Granny's resting place is. No headstone, just a small bronze placard inlaid at the head of the grave. Emily Pearl Taylor, May 15th, 1914 to May 23rd, 2006. A rare and beautiful soul, it read. I reached in my pocket, pulled out the single black pearl that I had collected from Mangareva Island in Granny's birthday present, and I made a little hole in the soil next to the placard and dropped the pearl in. I love you too, Granny, I said. Still not going to convert, though. Are witches real? Me and 6 other friends were walking back to my apartment around 3 a.m. We were all very giddy and drunk, and my apartment was pretty close, by 4:45-ish from the club. I lived in Plovdiv, Bulgaria at the time, and on the road back there's an active railway station. We're walking through the underpass that connects the passengers with the different terminals that you have to go up on escalators and stairs and elevators. We see this very old lady pulling a kind of cart. It's common in old communist countries. Basically, it's a big shopping bag on wheels. And the first thing that sticks out is that the shopping bag is huge, double the size of a normal one. As we approach, she starts asking us for help to carry the cart up the stairs, as escalator and elevators are not turned on for some reason. And I quickly reply, "Sorry, we're busy." Quickly go past her. A few steps more, and cold shivers go down my spine. Instant dread sets in, and I quickly regret this. I usually always help old ladies and women, even when not asked for. But the alcohol in my current red-pilled brain thought it would be cool to not waste my time. Tisk, tisk, tisk. A few more steps, and I do a turn, and I run to her and apologize and ask to help her. She refuses and says something along the lines of, "You already made your choice." I insist, and the rest of the people picking up on my demand start picking up her cart. But it's insanely heavy, and she's also had a cane. So the 2 people grab the cart and 2 people hold her by her side to help her walk, and I'm just stupidly holding the cane. She starts telling us how she spent all day picking up herbs, that the cart is full of them, and that's why it's heavy. She's telling us that her train will be there soon, and stuff like what she's planning to use the herbs for. I'm pretty convinced that she's a witch at this point and wasn't listening, just hoping to get out of the curse that made my spine turn to ice. And we're up at the terminal, and it's just us, her and my friends. And she now wants to give us a gift for help, and my mind is racing a bit, but I do my best to politely decline, and we leave. We talk a bit on the way back about, this with friends, and they sound like they got the same vibe from her. We're back at the apartment, or maybe at 4 a.m. We split into the living room and single bedroom, and all fall asleep fairly quickly. I'm kind of awake, kind of asleep, very delirious, and too tired to check my phone. But it sounds like there's a huge party going on around the whole floor. It's like having a blast. Never happened before. Around this time in my life, I was living alone for the first time, 20 years old, and I was in a different city. So these friends would visit every other weekend because we'd party and they could all sleep over. And this feeds into why the party upstairs was so weird. 1, only older people lived in the building except me. 2, I had gotten noise complaints because we wouldn't always go to bed after coming home from clubs. And 3, it only happened once in a year and a half of me staying there. Even though I know I'm not awake enough to go check it out, well, the party sounds incredibly awesome. I'm trying to go in my half-asleep state, end up going to sleep before getting the energy, wondering why no one else from my group is up to check it out. There's a feeling of being very welcome to join, and I can almost imagine exactly what's happening there just from the music and footsteps. And in the morning, I wake up and have vivid memories of the party, like talking to people, which is again weird since I never went. I'm the first one up and making crepes for the dudes, and they wake up one by one and start asking if I went to the party. They share similar thoughts and stories and perceptions, but none of us went. 6 or 7 years ago, and we remember it and we talk about it, tell our new friends, but none of us know what entity we actually encountered. I was wondering if it's something unique or a common occurrence. My ex became something non-human briefly. For some background, this relationship was full of mental and physical torment. It went on for about 10 or 11 months before I called it quits. Unfortunately, there were a few times I'd end up back at his presence after a breakup, and that's where my story comes in. Some insight into his beliefs. When we first met, we would talk about how important a good relationship with God was to a healthy relationship. He'd brag about having read the Bible front to back and would occasionally wear a cross. And flash forward to our second round of dating. He started showing his true interests that were entangled with Satan and pagan texts. He showed me where he had carved pagan runes into the walls and next to where he slept. There were times he'd show his interest in animal sacrifice or even praying to demonic beings. Why, I didn't leave immediately, I don't know. This relationship was a resort of desperation. I was lonely and felt this guy was the only one who could fix that, and so stupid I know now. But after we had broken up and I went to see him for the last time, we were talking, having a normal conversation in my truck, and all of a sudden, mid-sentence, I happened to look over at him, and every ounce of his life and shimmer had left his eyes. His eyes became voids, almost a matte black, and his face void from any emotions. I was staring at something other than my ex, and for an uncomfortable amount of time, in the moment my brain sent so much fear through my body and I just wanted to run. It was unlike anything I've ever seen before. I felt like prey right before it's killed by a predator. I've heard the narcissistic stare, and I know it could have just been as simple as that. My gut tells me there's something very off about that encounter. I've been seeing things at night. And for context, I was staying in an ED recovery house type center in Hawaii when I started seeing people and creatures during the night in my room while fully awake. The first time this happened, I woke up in the middle of the night in my shared 3-person bedroom. I saw a lady with long black hair staring at me from the corner of my room. I don't have schizophrenia or night terrors, so seeing this was very strange. I had also not ever seen any ghosts or had really any paranormal encounters prior to staying at the house. I remember being confused when seeing her, but not thinking too much of it. My other 2 roommates were fast asleep, and the night nurse was upstairs, and nobody else was supposed to be working that night. So I said out loud, "Are you okay?" or something like that. I got no response whatsoever, so I fell back asleep. When I woke up in the morning, however, I was seriously freaked out and asked everyone in the house if they had seen or heard anything. That's when one of the other patients from a separate room spoke up. She said she had seen the same person when she was in the same bed as I was in months or so prior. She also said that a previous patient who slept in the exact same bed saw the same person I described. From then on, I saw people in my room almost every night. The staff began to sage and salt my room to stop the encounters, and it mostly stopped until a month later. And on this particular night, I'm tripping over my words like an idiot. I tried to go to bed quite early. I woke up in the middle of the night due to insomnia. and I saw a grotesque creature. It was the size of a medium-sized dog and was completely naked and human-like with many human arms. It was positioned in a torso like a spider. It was climbing on the wall closest to me and was staring at me with beady eyes, and I screamed so loud both my roommates jolted up and started screaming too. They turned on the light, and I had sprung up from my bed and tripped over my roommate's bed, causing me to fall onto the floor. My tablet was using for meditation music slid across the floor with my headphones still attached. My roommates were freaking out as they questioned me. The night nurse came into our room running and was visibly shaken. I remember explaining to my roommate and the nurse what had happened, and it was safe to say nobody else slept that night. I felt bad because many of my roommates switched rooms because of what was happening that night, and it didn't help that I was sleep-talking and saying weird things. And I have since then discharged from that care center. Try not to think about what happened there, but I am still puzzled by the sort of events that occurred. If anybody has any similar experiences or insights to my situation, I would be grateful to hear them. This is Paranormal M, and the stories you'll hear aren't made up, they're passed down. Every tale has roots, history, and something still watching. Subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss what's next. I stayed overnight in Poland's most haunted castle, and was left traumatized. Prior information. Niedzika Castle, otherwise known as Dunajik Castle, is a 14th century medieval castle with various legends leading to its title of being the most haunted. It's open to visitors, but I believe in order to stay inside the castle overnight, you'd have to have connections in order to organize access. In May 2019, myself, my parents, and my friend at the time, we were 16, we were given an opportunity to spend the night in Niedzika Castle. It was during our Poland trip, as my mom's family in Warsaw have some connections to tour guides. Me and my friend being young and impressionable, my mother didn't say anything about the castle being haunted prior to our stay. It would obviously freak us out, so we had no idea of the stories surrounding the castle and town. Skipping forward to late at night, we were inside the bed located in the pillar of the castle. We were fine. Instantaneously, a negative heavy energy kind of entered the room, and it was imposed on both of us. It's hard to say without sounding cliché, but it's definitely the feel of impending dread. Like you don't look at your surroundings and you keep your eyes on the screen sort of dread. We joke that this place is haunted because we got goosebumps at this shift energy. No trigger caused it, we were just chilling. What really made us feel uneasy is that we both seemed to feel it at the same time. Fast forward, watching more movies on the laptop. It's late at this point, and while my eyes are on the screen, I just know that something's looking at me. My friend proceeds to point out the spot behind the dresser. It's close to the entrance. Tells me she's getting bad vibes and doesn't want to look in that spot. Weird, right? The best description is maybe a shadow or a silhouette, or maybe nothing visual at all. It's standing in the corner of the room. The thing is, me and my friend could exactly describe her in the exact same way. Blonde and golden hair. Definitely a female presence. Then very, very negative and sad and possibly angry energy. We couldn't see anything with our eyes at all, but we know exactly where she was and what she looked like. I think the most uneasy part was just the feeling of being watched by something that doesn't want you there. And by the time we kind of acknowledged her presence and what she looked like, me and my friend were on top of each other in bed because we were literally frozen in fear. My parents were in the master bedroom next door, and I could easily shout out something to wake them up, but we couldn't. Me and my friend were huddled together in bed, frozen. We were nervously laughing, but really trying to avoid eye contact with this weird presence. I'm not sure if she was angry at us, or maybe just an angry or sad spirit in general. We just ended up both passing out. Couldn't decipher any intelligible message. It was just a kind of intuition that this young blonde woman was there with us. Next morning, packed up and left. Obviously, told my parents about our night, and she was very uncomfortable. What she didn't tell us was the legend of the Nijiga Castle, which involved some story of a woman who lived there hundreds of years ago being murdered. I was told she was thrown into the castle well. Other sources say she was killed in other ways, for which her spirit has never left the castle in order to protect something along those lines. I've found very few sources that go into detail. I've never read anyone else's experience either. What I would love to know from this experience is as follows. The chances of it being a real claim, given that there were 2 witnesses of it, and is the translucent figure, orb, or mental image telepathy common for a human spirit? The story that we had was, well, we've no clue about it at all, which seems to match up. It is super coincidence that, what we described and the lady of the Nijiga Castle story being the way that they were. Do you believe in dreams and past lives? Something strange is happening to me. For the past few days, I've been thinking deeply. It's making me tired and paranoid. I always dream about things that feel real. In my dreams, I feel the place, the people, and the air, and everything. Sometimes I go to a place for the first time in real life, but it feels like I've already seen it in my dream. It happens many times. I cry a lot because I'm really scared, and I don't know what's happening to me. I'm confused and always thinking about it. I remember during the first day of the second semester, my friends invited me to relax and unwind. I said yes because I felt I needed a break. I thought maybe I was just tired or stressed. We went to my friend's place, and it was my first time going there, because we're still first-year college students. Then we went to a place near a mountain. We hiked a little, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. When we reached the top, I saw a big lake below. As soon as I saw the place, I got goosebumps. I felt like crying and I wanted to leave. That place felt so familiar, but I knew I'd never been there before. It's not even a famous place, just a local spot for people in their area. We went down near the lake, but then it started raining, so we went back up. There was a small old hut at the top and a broken bathroom next to it. After we got there, the rain suddenly stopped. One of my friends joked, "It's like the place just wanted us to leave." But I didn't feel okay. I was thinking about so many things. Inside the hut, there were lots of names and writing on the wall. I looked around and saw my name written there. Out of all of the names, I found mine, and it was written in small letters. Maybe it's just someone with the same name, but my heart told me it was really me. And then I thought, what if I've been here before? What if I lived here in a past life? Everything felt too real and too familiar. While sitting in the hut and looking at the place, it felt like I saw myself there, like I already lived in that moment before. Even now, I still have dreams that feel so real. Some things in my dreams are really happening in real life. Since I was a child, this has been happening to me. I always dream about places I've never seen, but when I see them in real life, they feel so familiar. And in those dreams, I see another version of me, living in those places like it was my life before. I really don't know what's happening. I feel scared and confused, but I want to understand. I found myself thinking back on an old school I did at security. I've had my fair share of weird, unexplainable experiences since I was a kid. There's the usual stuff, mostly hearing voices or calling your name, or having a dream that within a few days comes true, or thinking of someone or something for the first time in a long while, and suddenly they or it either comes up as a topic or shows up in real life. All things I can write off as being my imagination or overthinking things. But there's one experience that haunts me to this day, and it's when I worked as a security guard at an old school ground in New England. This was around the start of COVID's quarantine, so nobody knew what to do entirely. I remember it was either March or April. The weather was warm and quarantine was only just being enforced, and since the school was a dorm-based campus, this meant all of the students had to leave. I'd been working there since December, so I was used to how lively the school was, and seeing it so empty just made me feel uneasy. But once was a school with some old buildings, and mostly new ones with students who were excited for their sports and their friendships and dramas. It was now a small ghost town with no sign of life, except for us security guards, which only one of us was on campus at the time. Every day I'd have to make 2 rounds around the entire campus, going through the old buildings and the new ones, checking every dark corner. For the old buildings, we had 8 student dorms. One adult dorm that showed signs of abandonment on the upper floors, like overturned beds and such. An old set of condos turned into offices for upper staff. An old house turned into the office space in a church, and yeah, a church. The boathouse, the library, and the old school building. For new buildings, there was the rec center and the sports center and the science building and the arts building. When kids were on campus, it wasn't so bad, but when the campus was empty, the school didn't feel like a school anymore. It felt dead, and like I was being watched, but not like I'm being watched by students, but by something else. Something that didn't want me there. The sun was still up, but on the setting side, which is why I let my guard down, as I mostly thought stuff like this happens at night. The science building and the old school building were connected, so I was crossing over from the newer building to the old one. And upon stepping foot inside, I heard something I hadn't heard in prior rounds, let alone the prior days. Footsteps. Running footsteps. They were above me, so I called out and made my way upstairs to see who it was. There was no one there, and I didn't hear footsteps going up or down. I was about to brush it off when I heard another set run above me, and this time on the 3rd floor. I booked it upstairs, calling out, and there was no one there, and I checked the doors and lights to see if I was going crazy. The lights were off. The doors were locked. There was no way anybody could get inside. No way anybody could be running around. I got chills. Made a call then. Well, I'd skip the old building, as places like the library made me really uncomfortable when the school was empty. I knew I was going to get in trouble later, not the first time for skipping places on my route, but something didn't feel like messing around with what it was. So my next stop was the art center, the newest building. And something of note about the art center is that there's a speaker system built into the building that plays music throughout it whenever there's people on campus. The last few tours I went through there, it was silent because nobody was on campus. Today was different though. The moment I stepped inside, I heard talking. Indistinct talking, as though 2 people are talking to each other somewhere inside the building. The building was locked, and I knew it was locked because I locked it. But I still needed to go investigate anyways. no matter how much I hated myself for it. The lights inside were off, with light from the setting sun seeping in from the right angles. Aside from the noise of talking, which I still couldn't make out except for the fact that there were two voices, everything seemed normal. Then I made my way to the second floor, hoping that maybe I'd see who it was, despite them most likely ignoring me, going, "Hello, security," constantly. But the minute I reached the top of the stairs, the voices stopped, and there was a loud, heavy slam. I nearly screamed and ran. I honestly wanted to, but I knew I couldn't afford it, or else I'd be in deep shit if somebody was there. The area was very open, which allowed me to track the source of the sound easier. It was a large, heavy door that we left unlocked due to it being easier to enter from our tours. It's the one room in the building we keep unlocked. That's all there is like chairs and a table and some students that would often use the room for clubs or watching movies on the projector. I looked around the room, making sure no one was there. However, just before I turned and left, I saw something that I'll never forget. A blue face looking back at me in a reflection. It was shorter than me, so I knew it wasn't mine, and the look on its face looked like somebody was struggling to breathe. And that was it. I ran. I decided, fuck this. I'm not paid enough for this. I ended the tour early, having only done 3 buildings. Spent the rest of my shift in the guard shack, watching the cameras for anything. I had hell to pay later when my boss came by to take over my shift. He was pissed that I'd skirted most of my shift. But once I explained what had happened and why, I didn't do the entire thing, at least. His face changed. The man was an old, stubborn British asshole, but he never made that face before or after. He told me 2 stories from the school's history. The first was his own experience of how, when the school was closed for summer, he found himself cornered by a presence in one of the older buildings. He wanted to turn around, but according to him, it felt like something was standing behind him, and if he did turn around, he'd regret it. Eventually, the presence left and he ended his tour. The same mindset I had. The second story is about a pair of boys who were playing in the river by a boathouse. This was in the 1900s or so. During the early days of school, a pair of boys were playing on a raft in the river. That's when one fell off, and I did some digging and records indicate the boy had drowned. The other boy tried to get help to save his friend, but he was too late. I don't know if the boy's spirit is the blue face I saw, but I knew I saw something. I heard something. I brushed off most of my weird, unexplainable experiences in life as just my own imagination or coincidences. But I can't shake that day off. Something about that face burned itself into my memory. All tours I did after that had me paranoid and on edge. But I never experienced another paranormal event there again. It made me realize how much we've romanticized these experiences, and honestly, disturbs me how romanticized they are. Newish activity. So my husband and I moved into a brand new trailer at a trailer park. We're the first ones to live there. I have a son who's 7 and 2 step-babies, 5 and 6. We get when my husband is home. He travels for work. Or I guess Anyway. The baby's mom is not in any way a good person. And I remember my daughter mentioning that her mom was a witch, and she practiced it, but didn't expand on the comment. We didn't think too much about it. Really. I would hear random things like floors creaking and the word mom being called out. I never responded. If my son was truly calling for me, he would walk into whatever room I was in and ask again. Well, 2 weekends ago, when my husband went to drop off the kids with their mom, She was especially angry, told my husband a lot of horrible things, including that he should kill himself. Well, we get home and we talk about it and try to pay it no mind, as she's not well, clearly. We're very concerned about the kids, but that's a story for a different day. My husband left for work that Monday night, and the activity ramped up. I was really hearing the footsteps. My son was sleeping with me in my room as he was scared, and we were able to fall asleep. Tuesday, I was FaceTiming my husband around 9:30, and I look up from my phone, and I see a mist, and it hit, like slammed the door, knocking things over in the bathroom. I jumped up and checked, and didn't see anything, so I kind of played it down and didn't sleep at all that night. Finally, Thursday night, I woke up to hearing the floor creaking. As I heard that, there was a loud hum and a fierce vibration I can't explain. My son was sleeping, but he moved and changed sleeping position. I made up my mind that I'd have my mom and dad bless the house Friday. I did just that. They brought their pastor and he blessed the house, and my whole family with holy oil. And that night was calm. Saturday is where I can't take my mind off what happened. My son's camera in his room goes off, so I check it. He's sitting in bed staring at the door. I jumped up and go to his room to see if he's okay. He says, "Mom, my head hurts so much and I'm having so many nightmares." Meanwhile, I'm looking at him and he's in a daze and his eyes are bloodshot red. Take him to my room and ask if he's okay, if he'd like to watch a movie and take his mind off the nightmares. He looks at me and says, "Mom, I don't know. I just don't know what to do." I said, "Put your slides on. We're going to go to Nana's house." We jump up, put shoes on, and I just grab my keys, and my son asks if he's okay, if he can bring the tablet. So he runs back to my room and grabs it. He runs to the door, and I'm just sort of staring right outside of it, and he stops like he couldn't move. I grab his arm, and I immediately feel a dark presence, and I'll pull my son toward me. He's being pulled back. I pulled as hard as I could and ran with him to the car, leaving the house completely open. Now my mind goes to the baby's mom, because as I mentioned in the beginning, she's a practicing witch. I'm terrified that she's done something. What can I do to protect my family? I'm not in the house, and I'm currently safe, and so is my son. Sorry it's so long, I just don't know what to do. What is in my house? I don't know whether I should be afraid of it or not. So this is a bit embarrassing to confess. But when I was a teenage girl, I wanted a vampire boyfriend. For 6 months I did research on how to summon a vampire. I hadn't thought about the consequences at the time. I believed there was a mighty chance that I'd get a hot 6'3" 19-year-old who'd want to entertain a bored 17-year-old girl with an overactive imagination. I didn't think I might accidentally invoke something far more repulsive. Well, all signs indicate that I did. Originally, I thought my mind had convinced itself it wasn't all coincidences, that through sheer willpower I had imagined it all just to make myself happy. At first, my sleep schedule was destroyed. I started waking up every night at 3 or 4 a.m. Not aggressively, more passively, as if I had woken myself up. It was almost a peaceful awakening. Exhaustion followed. All my will and aspirations disappeared. I used to be energetic. I loved doing math and feeling smart. The experience of knowing I was smarter than everyone else in the room was exhilarating. But suddenly, I didn't care anymore about studying, about the career I wanted, or even how much wealth I could have achieved. I stopped caring about clothes and shoes, too. Crows. I started seeing a lot more crows. I thought maybe my mind was just being hyper-aware of them. I ignored the ridiculous idea that they were following me. But when they started blocking the path to my house and intimidating me enough to take the long way home, it felt harder to explain away. and when they spread their wings in unison, I told myself logically that they were just drying them. Cats. I'm afraid of cats. I'm not kind to them, yet they follow me, chase me. Imagine various cats just chasing you home, then trying to get into your house, and I can't leave the front door open because soon enough one of them will just walk in. Somehow they've gotten onto the roof and they scratch at the top of it and break lights, and I don't even know how. Banging on my room window. My house is new, but the architectural style is old. So my window's made of wood, and it's very common to hear aggressive shaking coming from it. Bugs. There's so many bugs in my house. My mom blames the dog, says that he has fleas. Then she blamed the cats, said they're bringing mites. Either way, there's tiny insects in the house that bite everyone, except me. Lucky. The glass is broken. Ever since I brought my boyfriend over to visit. All of this has calmed down a little. Maybe I'm just too entertained by him now to notice. And yet at the same time, glass has become much more prone to breaking, always near me. The door to my shower shattered when I closed it. Glass pans have broken too. I don't know if I'm just trying to put a paranormal explanation to every normal inconvenience, or if I've become hyper-aware of things that have always happened. But if it's not all in my head, what could it be that's in my house? A ghost, a demon, a gremlin? What's your take? What do you think it is? And depending on what it is, how should I treat it? And could it be dangerous? This woman in a white dress haunted me when I was little. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, I experienced a really scary thing that scarred me for life. I often saw a strange woman in my room. She wore a long white dress, all yellowed and dirty. Her long black hair completely hid her face, and her skin was pale and almost gray. The night it really scared me. I'm trying to fall asleep in my room. I had a bunk bed and I slept on top and my little sister on the bottom. A small nightlight lit the room well, so I could see around me clearly. My eyes were closed, but when I opened them, I saw this woman slowly walking into my room. She was tall, a broad body, but not at all fat, rather impressive. I was really scared and I hid underneath my duvet. Kept my eyes open. 2 seconds later, she lifted my duvet, still with her hair in front of her face, so I couldn't see her eyes. Closed my eyes tightly and started saying Bismillah several times as a protection. When I opened my eyes again, she was gone. I didn't move all night and ended up falling asleep completely shocked. And the worst part was that no one believed me when I told them. Since that day, I've never seen this woman again, but this memory still haunts me sometimes. Paranormal experience. I was about 13 years old. I stayed to play sports at my school. School leaving time was at 3:15 p.m., and I trained from 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. During those years, several of our friends had begun to be curious about the Ouija board. Frankly, I wasn't afraid because I thought a Ouija board drawn with a pencil on a piece of paper couldn't be anything serious. Some of us joked of scared those who were more afraid, and things like that. One particular day, we're on the 3rd floor, and as always, playing. Since it's usually completely empty at that time, to our surprise, people always walked by that day and interrupted us. We went to another clear place, and the same thing. So we ended up in a hidden corner next to the school chapel. No one could see us from the side where we were, so we continued calmly. And suddenly, a man out of the entrance door. It was like a bathroom that was always closed. We thought it was some school staff or something. We all got together, so that's what we were doing, and couldn't be seen, and we stood watching. We had our hand on the coin on the paper, until he left and we could continue. The guy continued on his way. He didn't turn to see us or anything. Suddenly, he crashed into the wall and disappeared. We were frozen, and we were approximately 7 people between men and women from 1st to 3rd grade of secondary school. We ran out of there. I remember being terrified for about a month. I confessed in church, and I'm not even very religious. I had trouble sleeping from just pure fear. It was always a great anecdote, and I never had anything like a paranormal experience again. I thought I wouldn't have another one until... And I'll now tell you another experience I had. I told them that I was 13 years old when that happened in my previous story. But in the second experience, I was 39, and currently I'm 42. I was with a girlfriend who unfortunately died of cancer. And at that stage, she was already hopeless at home, and we had a lot of hustle and bustle between her parents and taking turns taking care of her. It was a very painful experience that I would not wish on my worst enemy. And it turns out that one night I'm sleeping in the living room. My partner is sleeping in the bedroom accompanied by his mother. His father in the main room. It's worth clarifying that, of course, we're all emotionally bad and a lot of stress and few hours of sleep and, of course, a low mood. I was asleep and I had a dream. And in that dream, I was there just as I was sleeping, and I saw the dream as like a third-person thing. A black entity was spinning around the house. Wanted to just wake up and scream and just warn it and scare it away. But I couldn't do anything. I saw this thing walking toward me, and it was tall and kind of hunched over, all black. He looks at me, brings his head closer, smells me from head to toe, and gets very close to my face and stares at me. That's where I woke up with a start. I just said it's a nightmare, even though I was very tired. It took me a while to fall asleep again. Closed my eyes, and after a while I heard loud footsteps near me. I wasn't asleep yet. I stayed attentive with my eyes closed to try to identify what I just heard, and I slowly opened my eyes a little. There was no one. Closed my eyes again, and I heard the steps again going around the room going toward the hallway. I got up, went to the bathroom to wet my face, went to the room where my partner's mother was with her, and I stayed to keep her company, helping her with things. And really, also, I wouldn't be left alone. It was very scary. She passed away weeks later, and since that moment, I've not had any other paranormal experiences. My paranormal experience. My first experience happened around 4th or 5th grade. I used to be scared to sleep in my room, so I'd fall asleep on the living room couch. My mom, who was single at the time, would sleep on the other couch. One night from a dead sleep, I woke up and glanced over at my mom, only to see a bright yellowish-white disc on the ceiling above her. This object was about the size of a frisbee. It was the source of its only light. What I mean by this is it casts no shadow, and unlike a flashlight or a car headlight, there's no light rays. When I see this, I didn't feel uncomfortable, but rather relaxed and calm. I assume the presence must have felt that I was looking at it. It slowly moved across the ceiling, exited through the top of the doorframe. It was a fluid motion, meaning that as it crept down the ceiling and toward the door, it maintained its shape, even when I cut the corner between the doorframe and the ceiling. It never changed in size. I know this wasn't a dream because I stayed awake for the next 4 to 5 hours waiting for my mom to wake up, so I could tell her what we had seen. When I told her about it, she said that she, too, had experienced something. It was something similar many years ago. It was when her uncle died. There were no deaths in the family around the time of my experience, but I really can't explain what I saw. My second experience happened in 2017. It was while I was away in the Navy. I got news that my grandfather had passed away. I needed to fly home as soon as possible. My grandfather was my best friend at the time, and I talked to him every single day. Sometimes these calls would last hours. But needless to say, I was very distraught when he passed away. I made it home about 2 days after he passed. And the same day everybody gathered together at his house to celebrate his life. This was the same house he passed away in. While everybody was outside conversing, I decided to go into the house and play the video game in the very next room, the one he passed away in. I used to call him Dad because he's the man who raised me. Not thinking anything of it out loud, I said something along the lines of, "If you're still here, please give me a sign." Literally, in less than a second after I said that, something in his room either went flying or fell from something. I don't know exactly what it was. It's because I was not willing to stick around and find out. They know for a fact that I was the only person in the house at the time. I went and found my grandmother and spent the rest of my day outside with everyone. I visit my grandmother in the home nearly every day, but that was my only experience. I was visited by my deceased great-grandmother as a child. I have never shared this story. I was about 6. My great-grandma had been alive and would have been about 95 years of age when this occurred. She died when I was 1. At this time, the only pictures I'd ever seen were ones from the 1980s. I'm laying in my parents' bed alone, sleeping. It was morning, as the sun was out. I opened my eyes, and this woman I didn't know was just gently rubbing my head and smiling at me. And this wasn't my mother. I felt extremely safe and relaxed, and I ultimately fell back asleep. I remember asking my mom who was here in the room, and she had no idea what I was talking about. This memory stayed with me from that day. And in 2009, my grandmother, my great-grandmother's daughter, passed. It was while cleaning Grandma's house. My dad pulled out a ton of family photos, and towards the bottom was a painted picture of my great-grandmother. From her youth. Same exact outfit I was visited in. I was about 21 at this time. I stumbled and asked my dad if this was her. He said yes, and he had no knowledge of this painting. I asked if I could keep it, and he said sure. I'm as logical as Mr. Spock, but I can't explain this. I had only seen a few pictures of great-grandmother. They were all from her 80s, and I have no memory of her. However, I was told that she was one of the few people who could hold me and I wouldn't cry. I'd reach for her and smile to her, apparently. I still to this day remember clearly a short brown-haired woman in a long black skirt and long-sleeved white button-style shirt making me feel loved and safe. This was my Grandma Elizabeth. I thank her for making me feel safe and loved. Three impossibly tall shadow figures from my childhood. I grew up in the age before cell phones. I was probably around 14. Lived in a small subdivision in western Kentucky. My best friend lived on the other end of the subdivision, and one of our other friends was staying the night at his house this night. They were both supposed to walk to my house to hang out. It's about a 10-minute walk. They were running late, as teenagers do. I got impatient. I decided to ride my bike to his house, figuring I'd meet them on the way. There's 2 paths he could take to get to my house from his. The long way follows the road, and a shortcut jumps a small ditch through a neighbor's backyard. I was on my bike, so I took the long way. I made it all the way to his house without running into my friends. Knocked on the door, and his mom said they had left about 10 minutes ago. I figured they must have taken the shortcut while I took the long way, and we missed each other. So I hopped on back to my bike and headed back to my house. As I turned to take the long way back, I looked down the road, roughly 200 yards, and I saw 3 impossibly tall black figures. They were wearing what looked like top hats. They were around 12 feet tall, and I froze. I've never been so scared in my life. I'm getting goosebumps typing it now. It was not a glance or fleeting look, it was a clear, unmistakable view of these huge shadow figures. I took off for the shortcut as fast as I could pedal, jumped the ditch, and booked it to my house. I got there to find my friends waiting for me on the porch. I couldn't even speak. I didn't know what I could say if I could. The three of us sat in silence for a few minutes. I was so wrapped up in my own head over what happened that I didn't register that neither of them were talking either. I blurted out, "Did you guys see something on the way here?" And they said yeah, and I asked them what they saw. 3 extremely tall shadow figures in top hats at the end of the long road. I couldn't believe it. To this day, I don't know what to think. We walked that neighborhood at night all throughout my teenage years, and none of us ever saw it before or since. Strangely, about 15 years later, I was telling a story to another friend of mine who lived a few neighborhoods over. He claimed to have seen the same thing in his own neighborhood. I will never take pain medication again. And it's been almost 2 years since this has happened. Still freaks me out when I think about it. Back in October of 2023, Halloween to be exact, had to have emergency gallbladder removal surgery. It had gone to shit and it was becoming sepsis. I stayed at the hospital for about a day to come off of anesthesia and be monitored. Just before getting discharged, I was given my meds and spoke with the surgeon and doctor. Went over the instructions for my recovery once arriving home. Mind you, this is the first time something like this has ever happened to me. So prior to this, I'd never taken any pain medication other than your over-the-counter stuff, like Advil and Tylenol. So they did warn me that the hydrocodone they prescribed me may throw me for a loop and make sure that only take it as needed. Once I arrived home, I tried to take it as easy as possible. My boyfriend took time off to take care of me, was staying with me for the next couple of days. Took my pain medicine only when I couldn't bear the pain anymore. But around the second day, the pain was very intense, so I took one. I was working on my laptop to catch some, to fall over my words. I was working on my laptop to catch up on some stuff, and a few minutes later I started feeling dizzy, and I decided to call it quits and go lay down to sleep. And what happened next was the most terrifying experience of my life. Laying in bed and opened my eyes. I turned my head and I saw my boyfriend sleeping next to me. But as my eyes adjusted, I turned to stare up at the ceiling. And I saw this black figure on top of me. And in that instant, I felt a heaviness over my body and I was paralyzed, unable to move apart from my head. And this thing had a giant hand over my throat and I was trying to scream, but nothing came out. Even though it was dark in the bedroom, there was a red glow, almost as if I were watching it from red-tinted glasses. I tried my hardest to get this thing off, but it wouldn't budge, and in that moment I managed to turn my head to the right toward the floor. And to my horror, it was another one of those things, solid black with no face. It was crawling toward me with an arm stretched out. I felt tears running down my eyes, and I felt a fear I never felt before. I was cold and still trying to scream, trying to break free. Eventually, I just kind of came to. It's because my boyfriend was shaking me. He was freaking out, unsure about what had just happened. He held me and I cried until I fell back asleep again. In the morning, he asked what had happened. I told him what I had seen. He said it sounded like I had experienced sleep paralysis. I told him I was worried because I read that when you take meds and zoned out, it can be an open door for demons or evil spirits to slither in. Told me that just in case to stop taking the meds. May have just been the cause of it all. And after I just sucked it up and dealt with the pain. Never want to go through something like that ever again. A haunted 4th of July. With the 4th of July quickly approaching, thought I'd share one of my most unexplainable events to date. This takes place almost 15 years ago in my old neighborhood in San Bernardino, California. Growing up, I lived in the same house since I was several months old. The house itself was haunted, or at least held a lot of residual energy from previous families living in it. But this story isn't about my house, but my friend's house directly across the street from mine. From what I remember, the original house had burned down. I was really young, around 3 or 4 years old, and still remember the charred remains standing there for the longest time. I don't remember the fire, though, so I'm not sure if it happened before moving in or during the first few years after. I don't know the details, like if anybody died or anything, but when I was around 5-ish, they demolished the remains and built a new house. Shortly after, a family moved in. The little girl living there became one of my best friends. But I never went over to play because my parents are really strict. Plus, her family were gang members. Whoa. Even though her parents were good people, my parents didn't want me going over there, just in case. Yeah. They lived there for several years. My friend never mentioned anything spooky going on in the house. However, she did mention that her mom had seen some things in my house, with one being about seeing a little boy disappearing by the side of my house. I've never seen a little boy or felt the presence of one, so I'm not sure if it was true or not. One day they decided to move out, and another family moved in, but for a short period of time since the house ended up being too large for the woman and her kids, and she decided to downsize and move into a house behind the house in question. This was a 2-home lot owned by the same landlord. During this lady's move, my other friend that lived next door to me and her family decided to move over to the one across from me. Now that I was older, my parents didn't care if I hung out over at their place, so I helped them move and practically existed over there all the time after school. Prior to the main story, there had been times that things seemed off in the house. I once babysat my friend's baby brother, and there would be noises coming from the kitchen and hallway. I thought it was their cat messing around. On another occasion, I'm hanging out with her and her brother, who was around her age. I was on my laptop sitting on their couch, and they'd gone into the kitchen. Shortly afterwards, out of my peripheral, I thought I had seen her brother come back, and I was standing facing me in the hallway, in front of the bathroom. When I asked him a question, he didn't answer. When I turned my head, there was no one there. So anyway, it was the 4th of July, not sure in the year, maybe 18 or 19 years old, and my friend 15 or 16. Their family going to watch fireworks at the San Manuel Stadium. She didn't want to go and decided to stay and hang out with me and my parents, since we're going to have a little cookout. After we ate, we sat on the curb and watched the neighbors lighting fireworks. Shortly after, she went over to her house. I don't remember for what, but when she tried to get in, the door was locked. And what was strange about it was that her family never locks the door, and no one was home. Plus, they knew she was staying behind, and they also had their dog there. So she needed access in order to let her out to go potty and stuff. After a while, we decided to check if any of the windows were open so we could get inside. I was hesitant just in case somebody might have snuck in like a burglar or a crackhead, but we ended up finding a bat just in case. Luckily, her mom's window was unlocked, and with a boost, I was able to get through the window. I met her at the door. When she came out, she said that it was strange that the deadbolt was locked. Her parents don't have a key to the deadbolt, only the bottom doorknob, so it wouldn't have been a way for them to lock it from the outside. We did a quick search, and no one was in the house, only the cat and the dog, with the dog looking visibly nervous. When her parents came back home, we asked them about the door, and they confirmed that they didn't lock the door, but chalked it up to maybe it flipping over on its own. Itchy ears. A couple of days later, my friend, the one who originally lived in the house, came to visit and hang out, and the three of us were catching up on what's been going on and began telling her about what had happened. But before we could finish, she said, "The deadbolt was locked, wasn't it?" I was shocked, and she said it it would happen all the time when she lived there, and that there was always some type of poltergeist activity going on, like the radio and TVs turning on. She even said that she saw a woman in a sun hat through the window sitting on the porch while she was laying on the couch. I asked why she never said anything, and she said that when she would tell her mom, she wouldn't believe her, said it was just her imagination. But I was relieved because, well, we confirmed her experiences. It's been years since I've moved, so I'm not sure if it's still active. My friend's family still lives there, but all the kids have moved out apart from the youngest one that I used to babysit. I'm no longer as close to them, but I do still talk to them when I visit my folks. Told my friend her house was haunted. Now she finally believes. Sometime last year, my newlywed colleague and friend asked me if I would babysit her daughter for a few days at her house. That would be while she and her hubby go on their honeymoon. I was hesitant as I was newly engaged and felt weird being away from home and my fiancé for several days. Plus, I used to babysit her daughter all the time, so wasn't sure why she was adamant about me staying over when I'd never needed to go overnight babysitting in the past. Because they're going on their honeymoon. Anyway. So I appeased her to give her peace of mind and stayed in her stepson's room. I only lasted one night and I had a hard time getting her daughter to bed because she was scared. But after 2 hours of reassurance and letting her know everything was okay, she finally fell asleep. I went to bed shortly after, but had an unnerving feeling the whole time, as if I were being watched. The only time I ever felt this sensation was when I still lived with my parents. Every so often I'd have this intense feeling of fear and being watched. This is the first time I felt that feeling again since moving out, even after sleeping in several homes since then. Also heard knocks and a couple of bangs. I ignored it and thought maybe it was because I'm in this big old house, with only me and the little one. However, I knew off the bat that her house was haunted or had a presence of some sort. Called the next morning, told her I wasn't going to stay the rest of the time there. I'd be taking her daughter to my house for the rest of the time. Luckily, she understood and didn't make a fuss, so long as I'd come back to check on her pets. Fast forward a few days ago. I overheard my friend tell her dad that she wanted to sell the house. Says that the other night, while laying in bed, she felt somebody walking around her bed and witnessed her jewelry stand that had her necklaces suddenly move, as if someone or something ran their hand along it. She believes it may be her mother-in-law that recently passed. The house used to belong to her in-laws, but both have since passed away. But I did pipe in that it could be the other ghost as well, since the experience I had was before her mother-in-law crossed over. I'm just glad my experience was confirmed and I wasn't actually going crazy. Elevator glitch during afternoon shift. I, a 31-year-old female, I'm a secretary in a 14-story building that houses a Brazilian financial state office. Just for context, the building has two main common areas: the 13th floor, which is a cafeteria, and the 14th floor, which is the auditorium. The 14th is often used to relax during lunchtime or because of the isolated bathrooms that give you more comfort when nature calls. And I work on the 8th floor. It is common to hear steps and noises when you're alone on the 14th. Most of the workers here agree that we have a ghost that roams between the 12th and the 14th floors. But yesterday, something really strange happened. It was not ghost-related, I think. Yesterday, I'm on the 8th floor. Called the elevator so I could go take the rest on the 14th. When the elevator arrived, though, there were two men inside already. They clicked on the 10th floor button. By instinct, I clicked the 13th floor erroneously, but right after I clicked the 14th. Not really weird at all. The elevator stopped at the 10th floor. The two men left and the door closed. We started to go up again. The elevator stops at the 13th and the door opens. I see the corridor and I smell the food, and the light on the 13th floor button turns off. The door closed. The elevator started going up again. When the door opened, I'm still on the 13th floor. I was confused, and the moment I looked back at the button, my head just swirled. It's like I had a sudden drop of blood pressure. Felt like I was rewinding. And then when I finally looked at the button, the light on the 13th floor button was on again. I'm shocked and kind of paralyzed. Door closes, elevator went to the 14th floor normally after that. Then I immediately went back to the 8th floor because I couldn't stay there anymore. I have no idea what happened, why I got stuck on the 13th, how that happened or what's the logic behind it. My mind can't come up with a plausible explanation for that elevator to stop at the same story 2 times consecutively. Sleep paralysis, but something does not add up. This happened about 5 years ago. Every time I think back to it, I try to tell myself it was just sleep paralysis. But the thing is, certain things that happened back then, they convince me that something else may have happened that day. Well, here we go. I was home alone. My dog was downstairs in his kennel, snoring away. I went upstairs into my bedroom to watch some YouTube, while lying my head in the bed. Do mind, I did not really intend to go to sleep, so I sat on the floor, which is very smart, I know. Extra information. My room door was tightly closed, and so was the door leading up to the 2nd floor. My dog was asleep. Somehow, I still fell asleep, and when I quote-unquote woke up, I couldn't move and I was facing my door, head up to my bed, and at the same time, I didn't know what sleep paralysis even was. I heard footsteps coming upstairs, loud and thudding, then heard the 2nd floor door open. Always makes noise when opened. The thudding came closer to my door, and I could hear my dog barking. My room door slowly opened up, and I could see black long fingers grasping the edge of it. Before I could see what was entering, I suddenly truly woke up. Everything was back to normal. At least, so I thought. Here come the things that make me wonder if this really was sleep paralysis. The door, which was closed when I entered the room, was now opened. My dog was still barking, and the 2nd floor door was also open. Today I still wonder what really happened. I've been with several people at separate times shortly before they left this world involuntarily. I don't know how to describe what has happened to me more times than I'd say is normal. The first time that I experienced this loss was when I was 17 years old. One of my classmates was riding her bike ahead of me. I was driving my car. She was entering an intersection where we had the right of way. The other street had stop signs. All of a sudden, a man in a truck ran the stop sign and hit my classmate. He took off. I stopped my car. It's sort of where she was laying on the ground to protect her. I got out and carefully held her while other people were going to find a phone to call 911. Pre-mobile phone era. She begged me not to leave her, and I held her until the ambulance arrived. Sadly, she passed away in my arms, and the paramedic had to tell me that I could let her go. I watched them put her in the ambulance while I was being held up by a female police officer who was helping me to my car. They interviewed me about what I'd witnessed, decided to escort me home for my own safety. The second one was in 1991. I went to see Morrissey in concert at the Forum in Inglewood, California, on 2nd of June. My sister and I met a girl who was waiting by us to enter the venue. Her name was Denise, and she was a great person to hang out with. After we entered the venue, we were happy to see that we were seated in a row apart, so we watched the concert together. We had so much fun. After the concert, we made plans to get together again to hang out in Hollywood and go see Rocky Horror Picture Show in a couple of weeks. We said our goodbyes and gave each other a hug, and all in a good mood as we headed to our cars. The next day, I'm shocked to find out that her car was found abandoned on the side of the road on the freeway. Denise was missing, We wouldn't find out what happened to her for quite a few years. Without as much detail here and some other experiences that I've had since then. When I was 26 years old, my then husband was in a band. I became friends with the drummer and his wife. One night we went out for dinner before the drummer was going to start his overnight shift at a grocery store. On his way home, he fell asleep while driving on the freeway. A semi-truck stopped ahead of him, and his car ended up under the semi. They said that he passed away instantly. A year later, one of my sister's friends that I hadn't seen in years, they showed up at my work. They admitted that he'd always loved me. I told him that I was married, and he gave me a quick hug, and he said that he was sorry and shouldn't have said anything. Told him that it was okay, and I could never be mad at him, and his mother called me the next day at work to let me know that he had accidentally overdosed after being clean for over a year. This was in the 90s, so I'm not going to say what he had used, but you might be able to figure it out. Heroin? When I was 30 years old, my next-door neighbor that I was friends with went to the movies with me. The next day, her boyfriend took her life after she asked him to move out, and there are more, but you should get the idea what I'm talking about. The most recent one was 3 years ago. Started working with a woman named Jessica. We instantly connected and became best of friends. We worked with a guy that I'm going to call Larry, and he was creepy, and he was constantly trying to get me to hang out with him. Always had reasons not to do it, so he started asking Jessica to hang out even though she had a boyfriend, and he would offer us Tylenol that clearly wasn't what he said it was. Jessica avoided being alone with him, just like I had been doing. One night, I'm getting off of work. Jessica showed up to talk to the owner of the shop. It was stormy that night. Larry asked me to drive him home. I couldn't because my daughter's boyfriend was with me, or picking up my daughter from work right after I got off work. Jessica came over and gave me a hug and let me know that we had an early catering order, so it was going to be maybe a 6 a.m. start of the day instead of 8. We started to walk out, and then the owner told Jessica that he needed her to take Larry home because of the weather. She gave me a hug and told me that she was going to go straight home after dropping him off. I told her to be careful, and she promised that she would. And 4 hours later, the owner called me to let me know that Jessica was gone. They found her unresponsive in Larry's apartment after supposedly overdosing while partying with Larry. Jessica didn't use any illegal chemicals. She didn't even drink socially. And 3 days later, Larry just disappeared after the police interviewed him and couldn't keep him in custody. He took off, and we still don't know where he is. Imaginary friend. When my older daughter was about 3 years old, she started talking about her friend Lisa. Lisa liked to play with my daughter, and she liked when we listened to music. She talked about Lisa for years. She told me Lisa used to live in a house where our apartment complex was located at the time. She lived on a farm with her mom and dad and 3 brothers. She was the youngest. She used to love to ride horses until she got thrown off of her horse. The horse accidentally stepped on her, and then Lisa's family never talked to her again. She said that she's been lonely until my daughter saw her. Lisa said that nobody ever heard her until my daughter asked her why she was so sad. The way Mira talked about Lisa, I felt like she was a real child. Lisa told Mira stories about her family and how much things had changed since she stopped having a life. Mira would have full-on conversations with Lisa. It kind of became a normal occurrence. One time, we're at Knott's Berry Farm with my then-husband's mom and stepdad. I caught Mira talking quietly to Lisa while we were in line for a ride, and my mother-in-law told me that I shouldn't let Mira talk to herself. She said that she was talking to Lisa. A little bit later, we're walking past where they had pony rides. Mira stopped and said she wanted to do the pony ride. I asked her if she was sure because she had been afraid of horses in the past, and she said that Lisa had told her that she would love it. And it's okay to ride the pony because there's so many people around. If anything happens and she gets thrown off the horse, she'll be fine. Lisa died because she was alone. My mother-in-law overheard what she said and rolled her eyes at me. She thought I was crazy to let Mira have an imaginary friend. Mira and I recently talked about Lisa, and she said that she saw little Lisa until about 12 years old. She told me that last time she saw Lisa told her that she was safe now, and she told me that Lisa had to leave and move on because she didn't need her anymore. Lisa stayed with her so long because she didn't want Mira to die young, like she said. And I'm hoping my barking dog didn't wake anybody up. Sweet dreams anyway. See ya.